Hello. Hello. Good morning. It's still morning. We made it. Can you even imagine? Today I was shopping and running a little late, and here we are. Anyway, let's check the microphone. The microphone looks like it's at a good level. The captions are also working. They're working. Not only are they working, they are firing off quick. They're like working plus. Amazing. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Here we are. Hello, welcome. Meanwhile, Elsie's like, hello, I'm here. He immediately is coming to say hi. All the cat. We got one cat. Where's the other one? Here he comes. Ash is here too. Like, they hear me start talking and they're like, what up? Elsie, that's an onion. You don't, whatever. Enjoy. Eat it if you want. Maddie Everest, welcome in. Hello. Good day to you. Twinderella, welcome. Hello. Sofluff, welcome. Happy whatever day of the week this happens to be. Thursday, August 14th, 2025. Shayna, welcome. Good day. Velos, hello. Welcome. Not and Getty, welcome. Good morning. It is indeed morning. This is where I realized we're in the point in chat where I realized that none of the sounds were working because the IRL stuff was still engaged. IRL mode is now off. Countertop mode is on. What sandwich were you making, Twinderella? Oh, here's Ash. Here comes Ash. He's coming. You coming? You coming, bud? What do you got going on over here? Yeah, Not and Getty. The cats are just like right here. Immediately, hello. Ham and salami with Colby Jack cheese, lettuce and tomato. That sounds great. That sounds like a nice little like cold cut lunch, like classic sandwich style. Cyborg, no hat. No, I actually, you're right. I do have a hat. You know, it's interesting. We went on vacation. We went to France, and we had, among other things, I was like observing just sort of the style and different things that people were wearing. Rude. Ash. You gotta have a little decency, bud. There's places for that, and it's not Twitch. It's kidding. I'm kidding. You're a cat. No one cares. Yes, you have to pay the tax. You have to pay the tax when you come by. Yes, you do. You want to get on the counter? You're paying the tax. But I haven't been wearing a hat. I have on stream because like food and hair. But like generally speaking, I just haven't, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. I just haven't. I observed that most people there when we were vacationing were not wearing hats, and I kind of like appreciated that. And then I don't know. I'm gonna put a hat on in a little bit though, because I don't want my hair in my food. Twinderella, the 9 Inch Nails concert sounds great. I remember you were talking about this maybe a couple weeks ago. That's super cool that it's tonight. Are they excited? Is everybody excited? I'm imagining with some excitement. Oh yes, I did see. I saw your message in Discord. I am gonna do like a Lego-y sort of build stream at some point. coming up. I bought a Lego flower for Gwen for Christmas last year. It's now mid-August. It's still in the box. And I was like, hey, can I build this, generally speaking, on stream? And she was like, yeah. So that's probably going to happen at some point. And I will be around. I don't have any large time away. So the only time away we're going to be is, well, I mean, camping and all that, but that's normal. Normal weekend stuff. Mega, enjoy your restaurant setup this morning. I hope it's smooth. I hope all your mise is in place, and that that no one calls out. It does feel very American, Trundrella. I wore a collared shirt every day while I was there, which is normal. I wear collared shirts a lot in general, so that wasn't terrifically different. But like, yeah, not wearing a hat was different for me. I knew that was the case before going, so I planned around not wearing a hat. Bouncing off the walls, excited, amazing. Before I get super burnt, there is that. The top of my head, this part here where there is less hair than there used to be, definitely got some color. Definitely got some color. What are we doing today? We're doing some recipe development today. Today is a big recipe development day. I'm going to try to get through as much as I can. I have 4 things that I'm working on right now that I'm in the place of, like, I need to make them for the first time. Not for the first time. One of them, 2 of them, 3 of them I've made on stream before. But I've never actually, only one of them have I measured or done anything specific with. That would be the cookies. These are the apple, oat, cheddar, raisin breakfast style cookies that I've made. Oh, excuse me. I think 3 times now on stream. And every time I've made them slightly differently, I have deviated enough from the original recipe that I was using that it's now more or less my recipe. More my recipe, not less, it's more. From the original one. So I actually have the recipe of things today. I'm not using the actual, I'm not looking off anything but my own notes today. So that's one that we've made a couple times. That's the one we've made the most. The other one that I'm making today is a egg salad. This is there's 4 I'm going to try to make today. One is those cookies. The other is this egg salad, an egg loaf egg salad. So this is one that is super easy. The heart of the recipe is really the novelty of the egg loaf situation. And it's funny because I pitched it and they were like, oh, we have a tip for how to make egg loaf, how to do eggs in the Instant Pot on the site, but we don't have any recipes for it. And I'm like, what do you mean? Any recipe that calls for hard-boiled eggs, just use that one. But anyway, it's fine. It was that's an easy, super easy one. That one is eggs, mayonnaise, salt, pepper, mustard powder, and dried dill. Literally that's it. But it's more around the process with the loaf than it is around the actual ingredients. The third one is one that I've made on stream once. I went back into my notebook. Oh my god, adorable. That little, what is that called? ASCII or whatever. You know, the Nine Inch Nails logo looks like the Kia logo. Like Kia, like the cars. It does. It really does. Like, go look at the Kia logo. Go look at my Blue Sky posts, and the one of the media on there is these side-by-side logos. Stoned thoughts. What was I saying? The recipe. The other one the third one that I'm working on today is a 3P soup. So chickpeas, split peas, black-eyed peas, but also it's a perfect pantry powerhouse. Anyway, it's a gimmick, and I'll take it. That is a dinner. So we have a breakfast cookie, a lunch egg salad, and then a soup for dinner. The fourth recipe, I don't know if I'll get to it today, and it's fine if I don't, because it's the one that's due the farthest out, is a pumpkin pasta that I haven't made before, but I think it's going to be delicious. It's a bake with chicken. So for that one, I need to use like a rotisserie chicken. Now, if y'all know, I usually just roast my own chicken when we do rotisserie chicken recipes, which is the case today. So we're going to see how far we can get. Basically, if I get through 2 of these today, I'd be happy. And when I say get through, I mean like measure the ingredients, take all of the notes, finish the process, and have it to the point where I can like write up a version that I feel comfortable like doing just a complete test on, or giving it to someone else to do a complete test on. So my goal is to get through at least 2. My goal specifically is to get...
You're gonna be popular.
I'll teach you the proper poise when you talk to boys, little ways to flirt and flounce. Woo. We'll just put that pen anywhere. So hopefully, my goal is to get through 2, because 1, I'm terrifically slow at this process, and 2, the process is slow by nature, and 3, I'm not in a big rush. These are due, let's see, when are these due? August, September, 2nd of September, 28th of August, 2nd of September, 5th of September, and the 10th of September. So we're a ways away, but I, unlike in school, I like to do my work ahead of time. So we're going to get started with the apple cookies, because those are the most complicated of the bunch. And I say that I probably won't get to the pasta today, but I am hoping to get to the soup, because I want to make the soup for dinner, because I want dinner tonight. So one of the dinner time things we are going to make, Luke, put the fucking pen down. Stop tossing it around. Gwen's like, she knows. I'm always tossing stuff. I'll be on the couch watching TV, and I'll just be doing this with the remote in my hand. Like, I won't be looking at it. I'll just be tossing it up and down. Sometimes you can do a double. But anyway. Okay, let's read through the recipe as it stands, which is very simple, very, like, rudimentary. First off, read my pitch. The pitch. The pitch was, I grew up eating these cookies, but I didn't have the recipe. The recipe was lost to time, which it was. I remember I asked my mom for the recipe, and she was like, I don't have it. I just like made it up, or I just made them up. And welcome in. 9 Inch Nails takes me back. Me too. Me too. One of my former coworkers designed the first website for the band, and has done like work for them and goes to like all their shows. He still like knows them in some tangential capacity, which is kind of wild. And he's like, you know, slightly older than me. It's funny. 9 Inch Nails is like still good, and they're also like definitively like an older band now, which makes me feel weird. Ultimate Fruity Bug, welcome in. Win for the breakfast cookies. I hope so. They're good. I like them. I've made them before. Now I have to make an actual recipe out of them because I've just like done measurements. I haven't like measured things before. I've just been like, here's an apple. Let's cut that up, which like we're still gonna do. Apple. We're still gonna do that today, but I think we need to make a little bit more precision with our notes. Grew up eating these cookies, but the recipe was lost to time. Craving their versatility as a perfect breakfast, snack, or lunchbox treat. I've recreated my own version. They feature fresh fruit, apples, with a bit of cheese and oats. They make a great afternoon kitchen project with your little one, too. Which is true, because you just like mix all this shit in a bowl and then you put them in the oven. They're like super uncomplicated. They're not fussy. Not fussy at all. Susan, welcome in. No hat. I have a hat, and when we start cooking, we're gonna put a hat on. But I was out and about today, and then I just hadn't put it on yet, if I'm being honest. I haven't been wearing one out in the world, unlike the past 30 years of my life. So I figure I get a haircut often enough. Why not like let my hair down? Just kidding. There's less of it than there used to be. Okay. The editor wrote back and said, love the combination of apples and cheddar, right? Like, obvi. This will be a fun, sweet, savory cookie. Keep the recipe easy and the ingredients list on the shorter side. For instance, if a spice blend or a single spice would work in the cookies, it might be a good place to simplify it. Right, because I was like, my pitch was like, allspice, nutmeg, cinnamon, like all the stuff that I put in it. I think we're just going to stick with nutmeg today. Can the raisins be optional? The raisins can always be optional. Not for me, but for you. They can be optional. What kind of apple do you recommend? I have always made these with a red apple, but we're going to do them with a Granny Smith today because I think the tartness will be nice. What kind of cheddar? Yellow, white, sharp, medium, or mild? I love sharp cheddar. So we're going to basically do answer all these questions as we like get through this process. Include serving, storage info, and a reference photo. Got it. As sharp as possible. Agreed. 100% agreed. I struggle not to use cheddar in every recipe because I do love it. Okay, the actual recipe though is pretty straightforward. All-purpose flour. Could just be the cheddar chef. You could. I feel like there's a world in which that's a very niche YouTube channel. We don't have a cheese emote though. What's the closest emote to a cheese emote? I don't know. Yeah, that one. Or the joke emote because it's cheesy. Sorry, I'll see myself out. All-purpose flour, baking powder, nutmeg, kosher salt, applesauce. We're going to use applesauce in this. The original, like, I'm pretty sure oil was like an original ingredient here, but I like applesauce better. You could use oil, but like I've tried it with both and the applesauce works just fine. Brown sugar, vanilla extract, a medium apple, Granny Smith, tart or Gala sweet. There you go. Anyone who follows Cheese Please is probably let's see. I'm sure Cheese has a cheese emote. This is a global stinky cheese emote. There's so many global emotes. I don't know what they all are. I think there's one or two that I use regularly. I'm not sure which. Susan, that one's good. I love the combo. A medium apple, oats, and then cheddar cheese, a half a cup of cheddar cheese. Optional 2/3 cups raisins. We are including the raisins. Okay. Basic process. Excuse me. Basic process. Whisk together the flour, nutmeg, and salt. Oh wait, flour, baking powder, nutmeg, salt. Then we have the whisk together the applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla, and egg. Then we combine the dries and the wets. We mix in the apple, oats, and cheese along with the raisins, if adding. Shape and bake. I did not have any notes about what temperature the oven should be, so we're just going to go with 350 because that's standard baking. And I think these, if I recall correctly, these baked for like 12 to 15 minutes. Maybe 13, 15. And they were in 60-gram balls. I do recall that. It was like some specific number. It was like 62.7 grams or some shit like that. But I think 60 is good. What I want to do is measure the dough, the weight of the dough, like my final like dough product, and then just divide that evenly by weight, I guess. And then see like what maybe the closest measurement to that weight is. Like, is that 2 tablespoons? Is it a quarter cup? Whatever. So we have some like finicky sort of like measuring to do. Surprise today for this. So let's do that. What do I need to get out? Flour. Come over here. All right, hat time. Hat time, and we wipe the countertop. That's what needs to happen first, actually. Yeah, because the moment I started streaming, there were like cats up here, like instantly. They heard me start talking, and they were like, Oh, hold on. I can put this on here now. There we go. There we go. That's better. Now I can walk around. Where are my wipes? There they are. Oh man, I've got denim on denim today. Love it. I don't care. Now these cookies don't require any type of like mixing bowl or any sort of like appliance, which is nice. Sometimes, let's see, what requires an appliance today? The egg loaf requires the Instant Pot. I think that's it. I think that's it. That should be it. Yeah, classic Canadian, right? I'm not wearing jeans though. I'm wearing shorts, khaki shorts. Sorry. What if I put jeans on? I have jeans that fit me now, which I actually like. I haven't for probably 4 or 5 years had like denim jeans that fit me. I've had black Levi's, which are jeans, and they are denim. But they're not like visibly jeans. I don't know. I'm not a big fan. Okay. Flour. Baking powder is somewhere back here. Yes, possible. Yes. Nutmeg. Kosher salt. Applesauce. Applesauce. Brown sugar. Vanilla extract. Brown sugar is going to be up here. Hold on. Brown sugar. Brown sugar is in the baking cabinet. Is this for Daisy, Gwen? I didn't know if you were here making a sandwich or a pill.
2, but I think I'm just gonna get 1.
Okay. Whatever.
2, I won't be able to get it.
LC? No. We just wiped the counter. Nope. Sorry. I mean, I just don't want... Yeah, you can get the peanut butter. I just don't want cat paw. I don't want cat asshole all over the counter. You know?
Their butts are very clean.
Yes, and I just don't want them on the counter. No!
Oh!
Stop it!
None.
God.
They'll all be gone in a sec.
I know, they're here because you're here. They were all... As soon as I started streaming, Elsie and Ash just came up on the counter immediately. They were like, oh, hey, what's up? There's talking down here now? Okay. Brown sugar. Vanilla extract. 1 egg. Great. 1 egg left from that container. 1 medium apple Granny Smith. This one. Oats. These are... I took them off my feet and put them there. Rolled oats. And then cheddar cheese. So we're gonna prep all of our ingredients first. So let's prep the apple and apple cheese. It calls for 1/2 of a cup of cheddar cheese. Which is not all that much, TBH. what do we have in here? We have seriously sharp cheddar cheese. I think we're going to use this. This is the leftover cheese from the macaroni and cheese from earlier in the week. I think that's about half a cup. That should do. If we run out, I have some extra sharp cheddar. This is my backup cheese. And then the backup to the backup is the grass-fed Irish cheddar. Which I have. This one I have because I forgot that I had this one. But they literally don't expire. This expires January 2026. This expires April of 2026. So like, we're good. They're in the fridge. They're fine. Okay, let's get, hold on. You know what I need? I need to get my I need to get my stream phone. We'll do that during break. When I take a break, maybe I'll forget. It doesn't matter, you know? Okay, but let's do half a cup of shredded cheddar cheese. Half a cup measurement there. Half a cup is not that much cheese. So we're just gonna do hand, instead of the box grater, we'll use the regular grater. I just noticed that this light is in the weird spot. There we go. Okay. It's like, I don't like, it doesn't sound like enough cheese. No, it might not be. I feel like the original recipe had a lot more cheese in it. When I say the original recipe, I found a recipe for cookies that were like kind of similar to this. Kind of similar. I think maybe I'll do a little more than that. Maybe we'll do like 3/4 cups. I was having that same thought that it doesn't feel like quite enough. Maybe I'll do a whole cup. Let's see how much is in this thing of cheese. That's like, we'll start with that. How much is here? Okay, so we are using, we're using a lot of pages. Hold on. I have notes. Because I do like the cheesy aspect of this too. And if I'm interpreting what my feedback from the assigning editor for this one was, they were like, oh, we like the combination of apple and cheddar. So like, if it's not cheesy enough, it's going to be bad. The only thing is, I might want to take the applesauce down a little bit, because the cheese, when it melts, will add a little extra like oil to this. So I may want to adjust the applesauce, and we'll figure that out. Basically, I'm going to make this as I've written it here, except I'm going to make adjustments, but not like big adjustments like that. Like, I'd rather keep the applesauce the same, add the cheese, and then have them be like a little too greasy for my liking, and then I'll just like reduce the applesauce in the final. Okay, what is that noise? What am I hearing down here? Okay, it's Elsie playing with the curtains. No problem. But I think, however much cheese I have left here, so this was an 8-ounce block. I used half of it. Let's see what this weighs just to begin with. Should be about 4 ounces because I cut it in half, but I eyeballed it because I wasn't doing anything formal. Okay, so ounces, this is 4.2 ounces. 420. And 119 grams. So yeah, about 4 ounces worth of cheese is what I have available. Which side of this grater is the right one? Correct one? You ever try to grate on the wrong side of the grater? It's not great. It is in fact whatever not great the opposite of that is. In the medium holes of a box grater. Yeah, this is going to be slightly more than a cup of cheese, which is fine. We'll use 1 cup worth. And I am going to use a cup because I think the cheesier the better. True caretaker. You made a dad joke and didn't realize it. Sometimes it happens. If you are a dad and you make a joke, is it still called a dad joke or is it just called a joke? Like, are French fries, when served in France, called French fries? No, they're called frites, but I beg your forgiveness. Okay, do we have a cup of cheese here? We do. We definitely do. Like, that was a rhetorical question. We do. These little Pampered Chef bowls are one of my favorite things. There's like a couple things that I have. I'm not a Pampered Chef sales person, affiliate, whatever. But there are a few like Pampered Chef items I have in my kitchen that I've had for a long time. These little bowls are one of them, and I love them so much. Let's see. Okay, that is just about a cup. That is 3 ounces of cheese. That's a nice round number. I like that. Okay, so let's just go with that. Half a cup of cheddar cheese. 1 cup of cheddar cheese, shredded, medium. That's going to be 3 ounces. And how many grams is that? 85. Great. Great. Okay, stop it, Blue. You can stop now. Okay, package up the rest of this cheese. Let's put this in a little container. Nothing gets wasted, but like I'm not going to use all of it. Now, in a world where I'm just like making these cookies because I am eating them and want to make them, I probably just add the rest of this cheese in here because why not? Because who are we kidding? Cheese is good. But we're not going to do that today. We're actually like trying to do the measuring the right way. Let's get our other ingredients together. Apples, medium Granny Smith apple. This one has been washed. This one is 186 grams, 6.5 ounces. Whole 6.5 ounces. And how many grams did I say? 186. I like to give them the amount that the actual apple weighs, or the actual like whole ingredient weighs, before it's been cut up. I do know that when I submit these recipes, they get tested multiple times, or at least once. So it's good, even if like the final product doesn't have the weight of like the apple on it, the whole apple. I still like to include that kind of information when I'm providing the recipe for testing, because it's helpful. It's like show your work is how I look at it. Okay, so let's dice this apple. We're going to small dice this apple. And, you know, I was just thinking about this. I should test this with shredding the apple. Just like running the apple over the box grater too. That might be an interesting way to do this. I think I'm gonna stick with what I'm gonna stick with what I pitched. The other thing with shredding it too is I kind of worry that too much liquid will come out of it if it's when it cooks, and maybe that it might also not have the right like visual, because you want to be able to see pieces of apple. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun. It's like, bro, these are oat cookies. What kind of fun are we talking about here? Username, welcome in. So pickled celery is done. Amazing. Have I had pickled celery? Yes, I have. One of my favorite things when I see it on a menu somewhere is when there's just like a pickle plate. And you just get to have like different types of pickles. They'll be like, hey, we house pickles. We made these. They're like whatever, some specific like pickle type. They'll bring out a plate with like carrots and radishes and like 3 other things on it. The best. The best. Pickled green beans. And that sounds delicious. I'd eat pickled anything. I used to hate pickles. Are you using the same, Sofa, are you using the same process as your other pickling, or do you have I've never pickled anything. I should say like I've quick pickled red onion before, but that's not the same. That's very that's different. It's not what we're talking about. Do you use the same process? Pickled daikon, caretaker. That's delicious. Daikon radish. Is there a different type of daikon? Okay. So measuring this out, we're small dicing. Everything. This is probably going to be, curious how many cups this is going to end up. That was about almost a half a cup for that 1/4 of an apple. I'm going to dice this a little smaller for these next 3 pieces. Because while big chunks are nice, the little chunks are better. They don't disintegrate. It's not like you're not baking them for long enough for them to sort of get that soft. But the smaller you dice them, the softer they get in the 10 to 15 minutes they are in the oven. Okay, that is almost a cup. How is this apple? So if it says I used a different brine recipe for celery, it seems to taste better with more vinegar. I use the same brine for dill, cukes, and carrots. I find other pickled carrot recipes use too much vinegar. I find that fascinating. Yeah, I've never pickled, like I said, I've done like, quick pickled red onion where you just like pour the vinegar over the thing, and it's not, there's not as much of a science to it. I can appreciate that there's different ones. Would you ever use like a flavored vinegar for pickling? I'm thinking, I was at Reading Terminal Market this morning doing a little bit of shopping for what we're doing today, and I stopped by the vinegar and oil place and I tried a couple of their vinegars. I was looking for a different version of a lemon vinegar, and they had a Meyer lemon white balsamic vinegar that was like really good, but it got me, I'm now thinking back and I'm like, would you use like a flavored vinegar? Apple cider vinegar? Okay. I guess I'm thinking like, could you use something that is like, I don't know, they had like white pear balsamic vinegar. Like, could you use that for pickling something and then just have it, I'm assuming the pear flavor would come through. Water bath celery for less time. Just enough to like rehydrate it, right? Because celery, like you can rehydrate. Carrots and celery, if you just like put them in water, they get firm again. And then they get gross if you leave them in there for too long. So, makes sense. Apple chutney, and apple chutney sounds lovely. Are you using it for anything specific, or do you just have apples to use up? Anne says, most of the pickling recipes I've seen uses rice vinegar or apple cider. Regular white. Yeah, I mean, regular white vinegar is just like sort of the plain regular white vinegar. Pickling with regular white vinegar, I imagine, is like making vanilla ice cream. You're just like making the base. It's like, this is just the standardized base of the thing. Acidity percentage. Okay. So basically, hold on, this is about a cup, 1.5 cups. So I have 112 plus 56. Look at this. We're cooking with a calculator. 168 grams. And what is that in ounces? Oh, 3.95 plus 1.95. 5.9. Ounces, 1.5 cup. Fine. That's F-I-N-E, fine. Fine. All right, we have our cheese. We have our apple. Our apple's measured out, so that's good. What other ingredients do we have to prep for this? Flour, no. Baking powder, no. Nutmeg, no. Salt, no. Applesauce. I need to measure out the applesauce because it's in a jar. Found the recipe for the chutney in a cookbook, but it goes well with pork. Apples and pork are like the classic combo. Agreed. Applesauce is also, when I remember when I was a kid, there was like, whenever we had pork for dinner, we always had like applesauce to dip it in. So the chutney has apples, onions. What kind of onions? Like a yellow, raisins, mint, thyme, and lemon zest. That does sound really good. I like the lemon The lemon apple combo is nice. The thyme is perfect. Mint sounds refreshing. If they'd survived the mail, they probably wouldn't. I'm sure. I have to imagine that sending applesauce or sending pickles through the mail may end up. You can't freeze them either, can you? No. Half a cup is 128 grams. Wow, that's really helpful. 128 divided by 2. Wait. Divided by 2 is 64. Okay, 64 grams. This applesauce is just apples. It is, I wasn't going to get this applesauce. Rather, I didn't intend to get the, I was going to make a second stop. Wait. Yeah, 64. Okay. I was going to make a second stop to get applesauce, but they actually had it at Reading Terminal. The jar would explode. Oh, right, because it's under pressure. Yes, obviously that would be a bad idea. Let's avoid that. Yeah, pickles are interesting. I feel like there's probably a way to package a jar of pickles. And I know that when you send food, at least from the United States Postal Service, when you send food, it like has a different designation. It has a different like, I don't know if I'm pretty sure they handle it. They don't handle it any differently, but at least the box says it's food. Medium apple oats, 1.5 cups of oats. Oh, we have the cheese. Okay, I think we can get started with the making part of this here. And we'll do that in just a moment. We're gonna take a quick little break here for our first Words on Stream break, because Twitch is chirping at me to do that. It says we have about 2 minutes left until we need to do that according to the clock. Been live for an hour. Shocking. But look, sometimes when we're live for an hour, we've done nothing. Today we've done something. We actually started. This is good. We're making progress. And you make your own applesauce using Red Hot's candy? I'm curious. Do you mash them up? Do you like put them in as flavor? Like, do you put them in whole? Red Hots are, that's funny. Red Hots are like such like a classic. When I think of like antique candy, like Red Hots, like Necco wafers. What's the other one? Charleston Chew. You cook them in the sauce instead. Oh, for the sugar. So you'd like take some of the sugar out of the. If you're like, I'm just imagining I'm imagining you have a recipe that's specific for these now, but you like use a recipe and take some of the sugar out and add Red Hots in. That's cool because there's cinnamon too. Fascinating. I love it. I love making it up. That's the fun. That's one of the fun parts about cooking. Okay, we're gonna do Game Awards on stream. We're gonna do a 3-minute ad. If you're on Twitch, just a heads up, an ad is coming your way. If you want to hear me talk and ramble during the ad break, you can go follow on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. So here comes a Game Awards on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna manage the dishes in the sink. BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. I got one. Hopefully the dishes stay manageable today. Last guesses. Last guesses on this round. Yes, I got one. I got a big one. I got a big one. I love when I get a big word. It makes me feel smart. Dishes in the sink look good. We have a few more seconds to go here of this ad break. All right, y'all, welcome back. If you're watching on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Who likes the ads? No one likes the ads, but we run them. We have a couple guesses left. Wow, y'all got all the big words. Good job. Nope, that's not a word. It is a word, but Carver. Last guesses. Carer. Oh, okay. Oh, acre. Yeesh. Sometimes I look at this thing and I'm like, I feel unsmart. Okay. Let's get back to the recipe situation. Where were we? We were preheating the oven. That's where we were. And also, we're gonna take this out of the oven. I made burgers last night and did not clean the griddle. Okay, where are we with regard to our recipe? I think I want to do these in a big. I said I wanted to make sure I measured the weight of the thing. So let's do this first. Let me get the weight of this bowl. So the other day I wrote the weight on the bigger bowl. Like I wrote its tare weight on the bottom of it, and it is still there. It like didn't come off through multiple washings. So I'm going to just do that on these other bowls. Just this one for now. But like when we get to a bowl that I haven't weighed before, I'm going to do that. So this is 274. 274 grams. Because I'm always like, oh shit, I didn't weigh the bowl. And then I'm like trying to take the dough out of a bowl so that I can weigh it for the 100th time. And I might as well just know what the bowl weighs. Okay. 274 grams. Perfect. All right, let's get our dries together. Dries are flour, nutmeg, and salt. I'm going to do those in a separate bowl because I'm going to mix them all together in that bowl here. This one. And it's easier to add the dry to the wet rather than the other way around. Okay, so 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour. Let's do a 1/2 cup and a 1/4 cup. We have our all-purpose flour. My seal, the seal on here like always comes off. Okay, we're gonna do it this way. So I have a 1/2 cup. Let's just get that in there, leveled off. And we're weighing this too. So I have my 1/2 cup, 1/4 cup, three-quarter cups of all-purpose flour is 105 grams. 105 grams. 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. That's my 1/2 teaspoon. There it is. 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. 3/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. Let's get my 1/4 teaspoon out. Where's the nutmeg? Here it is. So this is a 1/2 teaspoon. This is a 1/4 teaspoon. And then 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. Okay. Give that a little stir to combine. Okay. Baking powder. Okay, so I'm finished with the flour. Am I using the flour for anything else today? Soup? No. Egg salad? No. That would be an interesting one. Potentially for the pasta? No, I am not. Okay, so we're finished with the flour. And I don't need to flour any surfaces. This is not a pizza dough. We're good with the flour. Let's put these away before anything else happens. Keep it easy. Okay. Great. Whisk together the flour, baking powder, nutmeg, and salt. Whisk together the applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla, and egg. Okay, so this is where I am going to start the weight process. All right. I'm gonna get a cup to put those into. Actually, I'm not gonna get a cup. Let's use one of these dry trays. I just don't want to like have these sitting on the counter if I don't need to. Okay, applesauce, 1/3 of a cup of brown sugar, so we have 1/3 cup measure. That's about right. That is 59 grams. I don't like that. We're going to make it 60. We're going to make it 60 grams because I prefer, there we go. Because that's the way I prefer it. 60 grams. Where's my brown sugar? 60 grams. How many ounces is that? 2.1. Okay. Finish with this. 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Now I'm using imitation vanilla. I always use imitation vanilla, or I have for the past couple months. I don't think there's a huge difference here, but I like the imitation vanilla because it is significantly cheaper than vanilla extract. 1 egg. Okay, easy. What size egg is this? Medium. 1 egg. Medium. Now, how much is this going to weigh? We're at 71 grams. So 71 is... Oh, hold on. Get on out of there. Sita, welcome in. Bobby, welcome in. Hello. 123 minus 71 is 52 grams. Okay, so we have the brown sugar, vanilla, egg, and then the applesauce is going to go in here as well. And then we're going to mix this thoroughly to combine. Beth, welcome in. Happy Thursday, y'all. Mixing this real well. Whisk together applesauce, well combined and smooth. All right. Hi, Mike. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. In fact. I've made this before and been really annoyed with myself with the using the wrong type of applesauce. I've used like chunky applesauce and it's annoying. Okay, now we're adding, combining the dries and the wets. Have to combine, and we'll give these a mix. Using the whisk still, which is fine. Do what you want. You could do this with a spoon. I'm just not dirtying another utensil. Not that it really matters all that much, because like I could just, because they're all going in the dishwasher anyway, so it doesn't. And I'm gonna use a spoon to mix in the other stuff. So I guess whatever. Okay. So you have this like mixture here. It's kind of viscous. Now we're going to mix in the apple, the oats, and the cheese, along with the raisins, if we're adding them. But let's start with the oats, because that one we actually have to measure. 1.5 cups oats. So we have 1 cup. And a half cup. Oh, what was my thing on? It was a 297. 297. Let's keep that number in mind. 297. 297. Cup and a half of oats. Cup and a half of oats. Okay, so we have a number which is 451 minus 297. 154 grams of oats. 154 grams. Great. Shayna, thank you. So we're adding in the apple. I already weighed this, so I'm not gonna weigh it again. The apple, the oats, the cheese, along with the raisins, if we're adding them, and we are. Didn't get them out. Optional, 2/3 of a cup of raisins. Where are my raisins at? Here they are. Two-thirds of a cup of raisins. This is easy. We're at I have 701. 701 is the number I'm got to keep in mind now. 2/3 of a cup of raisins. So we have 1. That's 1/3. And then 2/3. Fantastic. 786. All right, 786 minus 701. 85 grams. Ooh, what a satisfying number. Okay. Perfect. Combine the dries and the wets. We did that. Mix in the apple, oats, and cheese along with the raisins, if adding, and we did. Okay, so I'm done with this. I'm done with this. Done with this. Let's put these away in the cabinet. Oh wait, I have my sugar container. There we go. And the egg carton can get recycled. Great. These bowls are on the move over to the sink. And the rolled oats are also on the move over to the sink. Not the sink. No, we're not putting the oats in the sink, Lou. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, my oven's preheated. Perfect. Great timing. So I'm at 786 grams of total mix. Great. Let's mix this together. Oh, so fuck, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. It sucks when you have to like depend on the weather for stuff like that. It does suck that he doesn't get to go with this camp parties. Is it a thing that would be able to like? Did they say like, oh, maybe we'll go a different week or whatever? I don't know. It's camp friends are always. It's I have mixed emotions about camp friends. As a kid, I still have friends from when I was in camp, when I worked at camp, but that was different. I was there for 10 weeks over the summer, and you know, I like kept in touch with those people, those folks. I always feel it's hard. It's hard to go to like a 1 week camp or like a week or 2 weeks of camp and then like have real close friends that you've like hung out with and chatted with all day there, and then to like they're just not there. They're just not there anymore. I give what I did. Here's something I did. Maybe you have done something similar. I gave Calvin. On a Google Doc. I made a contact list with like here's my Roblox username, my Nintendo Switch username, my Facebook, the Facebook Messenger like code that you have to put in. And then I also put my phone number on there, and I just like copied and pasted it like, 20 different lines on a sheet, so he can like rip off a piece of paper and like hand it to his camp friends at the end of the week in case they want to like play Roblox together or something. Because kids, it's hard because you're like, they don't have the like, oh, let me get your number, like let's chat, whatever. So he has a few people that he like plays Roblox with from camp, and some kids will like send him Facebook messages. Maybe that would work for y'all. I don't know what sort of digital availability he's got, but that sucks. And as a parent, you could always offer like, oh, I'll take you, but like that's not fun. And like maybe you might be like, oh, I'll take some of your camp friends too, but like honestly, no. No one's messaged me. Yeah, and I've done that. This is like year 3 that he every week at the end of the week at camp, he like hands out his number to everyone. That's not true. 2 years ago, we had like a play date with someone from camp, and it worked out okay. They're just in a different area of the city, and it was hard to like get there. Okay, 780. Somehow we've dropped the gram in here, but let's see how many cookies. If we did 786 divided by 60, that's 13 cookies. So that's about right. What is 60 grams worth? Let me get a ball out here and we'll see. I feel like the gesture is important, so fuck more so than the actual connection, because for me anyway, as my observation with Calvin specifically, is that like he's going to be in a different camp next week, and so he'll have like different friends the following week, but also I don't know, school is really the ones that are like he wants to keep in touch with. Like I feel like camp is always difficult, but then it's like the next fun thing happens, and I don't mean to like make light of it, but then it's like they forget. They forget. Do I have more gloves? I know I have more gloves. Where did I put them? That's the important question is where did they go? And I should probably be an easy answer because I just organized these cabinets the other day. The other day meaning like 2 months ago. Like what? Maybe I just won't use gloves. I don't know. Maybe I put them in a different drawer. Maybe I put them on top of the fridge. That's probably what I've done. He's made one good friend there. That's great. And I mean, one good friend from a whole summer of camp is at that age is great. You know, like I think teenagers, maybe they keep in touch a little better or easier than, you know, younger kids. Here we go. Oh yeah, this is where I put the gloves. You know, teenagers with their own communication processes. I know for a fact if Calvin brought home someone else's phone number, like speaking as the, you know, as the like, or, you know, trying to organize the play date situation, he's brought home other kids' phone numbers before, and then he's never asked me about it again. Like, I think if he ever asked me about it again, the one kid that happened with, their parent reached out to me and then we hung out. But I think I'm in the mode of like, I will let him take the lead on whether or not we're gonna go forward here. That's sort of how I envision it. I'm like, I got enough other shit, and you know, he comes home. Calvin comes home from camp on like a Friday, and then on Saturday he's like, "Hey, can you text my friend from like school, like this other person?" And I'm like, "Cool, yeah," and then I do. So I think my sense is, if he asked, I would do it. But I'm also, I don't know. Maybe that's mean of me. Maybe it's cruel. But I'm sort of not gonna take the lead on forcing him to hang out with kids that he hung out with at camp. I will happily follow up if someone texts me. Okay, so we're looking for 725 grams in this bowl. I believe this will make about 13 cookies. According to weight, it should make about 13 cookies. But let's see how much one 60-gram ball is. Would I say 725? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do the work on that one. We're very quickly approaching the time when he's going to have his own communication abilities. He does now, in the form of a iPad, but you know, he's gonna have a little bit more. About a quarter cup. Okay, that is literally, that's a quarter. Is this a quarter cup measure? Darla, welcome in. Darlene, welcome in. That's a quarter cup. Perfect. So quarter cup scoops. Amazing. That's nice that is like basically exactly the right size. So 1 minus 60, 665. We're just gonna keep rolling. Don't quote me on that. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Master Splits, welcome in. That's a lot of cheesesteak. Well, that's a lot of beef. You know, you could probably put beef in these cookies and they would be I would imagine they might be pretty good. These have everything else in them. 1, 2, 605 is my next target here. I can do 65 minus 60. That's an easy number. 605. Beautiful. Sarah, welcome in. Catch me up. Happy to. Happy to. Sarah, we have done a lot of talking so far today. We are doing some recipe development today. So we talked through all the recipes that I'm making, those being the cookies that I'm working on right now, which are apple, cheddar, oat, apple, cheddar, oat. What else is in here? Sugar and raisins. We're gonna do a egg salad next, an egg loaf egg salad. Egg loaf meaning we're not hard boiling the eggs. We're gonna do them in an instant pot, which is like so much easier. Egg loaf, egg salad. We talked about the third recipe, which is a soup, a 3-pea soup. 3 different types of peas, but also an analogy, or not analogy, a play on words for perfect pantry powerhouse. And then we may not, it's very likely that we won't get to this other recipe today, which is a pumpkin pasta bake. The reason that I'm saying we might not get to that is because that requires chicken to be cooked, like a rotisserie chicken, and I don't have that right now. I have the chicken, it's not cooked. So depending on some timing here, it's only 13:10. We'll see. But we measured out all the ingredients for the cookies. We did a thorough notation of all of the ingredient volumes. And now we are doing the measuring for we're portioning out the cookies. So that is where we're at right now. Currently, I'm shaping these cookies, and then we're going to pop them in the oven in just a few minutes here. I'm shaping all of them at once because that is easier to do because I've got gloves. So that's where we're at. It's a very sort of slow cooking day because it's we're taking notes, we're making observations, and generally like working on a recipe as opposed to just making a recipe. There's definitely a different process for creating one versus making one. And so if I see your message above, I'm going to scroll back up when I have no gloved hands. If I don't, please remind me, because I started to read it and I wanted to. And Leah, welcome in. Hello. It's good to see you. Guten Morgen? Am I saying that correctly? I don't know a lot of German, but I saw you were doing some German foods today. Is that accurate? I believe. I was lurking for like a few minutes as I was setting up stream. Des Davos, welcome in. Noob, welcome in. Dragonheart, hello. Wiggly, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you all are having a lovely day. It's Thursday here. Ja, guten Morgen sounds right. And willkommen, as they say. We have now exhausted the limit of my German. just fremda, étranger, stranger. That's from Cabaret. So I don't know what that means. I hope it's not bawdy. I'm sorry. Welcome in, y'all. If y'all were hanging out here with me doing this slow little recipe development day, I would encourage you to follow Leah Fireheart. Leah, often is on much earlier in the day than I am. So I will occasionally be like going about my morning as she is alternately winning / being having emotions and feelings about Fortnite. But anyway, a fun stream, and also a fellow like kitchen fan. So certainly worth a follow if you were already hanging out here. Friends who joined us, welcome. Welcome in, which sounds like welcome in, which I kind of love. My name's Lou. It's nice to meet you all, or have you all here. This is a food stream. We do a lot of cooking here. Mostly cooking. Sometimes we do IRLs. We were out in the world yesterday checking out a compost processor, which was super cool. Command Bennett in chat if you want to hear more about that or read more about them. But mostly what I'm doing here is a mix of things. Sometimes we're making dinner for myself, my partner, and our son, who is 10. Oh, he's 10. He just turned 10 on Tuesday. Often we're doing that. Often we're also working on recipes. So for work / money, I do recipe development, which is what we're doing today. So we're working on some cookies today and a few other things. We're working on at least 2 up to 4, probably we're going to land around 3 recipes today. So we're almost finished with the first one, the apple oat cheddar cookies. And then we do some IRLs as well here, go out in the world, Philadelphia. We've done some camping before, done a lot of just generalized walking around. We visited kitchen shops before, so it gets it's a little a variety stream, but mostly food focused. And welcome in. One little housekeeping note: follows are silent, so if you are the type of person like myself who enjoys lurking and doesn't always want to be perceived or like celebrated for just following, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages if you hit the follow button. But if you do want to be perceived, we're happy to chat. I'm happy to chat. Having feelings about Fortnite. I'm familiar with the feelings about Fortnite. My partner, Gwen, is a Fortniter. She actually hasn't played in a while. A Fortniter? That's not a term. A gamer. She's a gamer. Fortnite primary. She primaries Fortnite. No, mains, whatever. She mostly plays Fortnite. And so sometimes I'll hear yells and screaming, like angry screaming from the basement. So yes. Also, our 10-year-old, I believe, learned to curse based on Fortnite reactions. Not that that's a bad thing. We have a very open household, and sort of he's allowed to say whatever he wants as long as he uses it properly and doesn't abuse the privilege. Welcome. It's nice to have y'all. We're about to pop some cookies in the oven. I'm going to scroll back up because I definitely missed a chat or 2 and some hellos, etc. So let me scroll back up and like do that when my hands get covered in cookie stuff. Sometimes it gets hard to manage, or it gets hard to read. Jeez. It's not really morning, Dragonheart. No, it's not really morning. It's 13:17 for me. That's 1:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I should note that I'm in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. I live in the city. We're a city person. We are city people. We ride the bus. My 10-year-old rides the bus. Shockingly enough, it's not scary to live in a city. Anyway, okay. Well, you made bratwurst and fries with curry ketchup and apple strudel with the first farmers market apples of the season. Fuck yeah, that sounds great. I love the brat and fries. Curry ketchup sounds lovely. I feel like I know I've had curry ketchup, but it's like I always feel there's these types of things, like just adding a little like extra seasoning to your ketchup is so easy to do, and yet I just never do it. But apple strudel is a favorite. Definitely a favorite. One of my favorite moments is when eating. One of my favorite culinary food moments is when you have like a hot apple pie or a strudel or something like that, and you have ice cream on it, and the ice cream is melted, but there's like a little chunk of actual, like a piece of ice cream left, and you get that piece of ice cream with some of the cream and the hot like strudel in there. Oh my god, my god, my god. It's amazing. It's one of my favorite moments. Michaud, hello, welcome. Having feelings about Fortnite is exactly how my child learned to curse. I'm pretty sure. Good thing there are some swears that can be used as almost any part of speech. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Friend Flintstone, I like your name. I like the idea of swearing being allowed, but not if it's grammatically incorrect. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you know, if you just use it all the time and it gets old, then it loses all of its meaning. Like it's supposed, swearing and expletives are supposed to be punchy. They're supposed to be like, you know, they're supposed to take you by surprise. If like every third word out of your mouth is fuck, like it's not any, it's just like, now you're just being crass. Like it's just, you know, now you're just not creative. Deploy it creatively, and that's fine. Fast and easy. We like fast and easy. We all have lessons to learn. Black Rose Pixie, welcome in. Pixie, congratulations on your really good showing on Food Fight the other day. Now that you've done it, do you feel good? Do you feel like the nerves? Have you shaken the nerves off? Noob, welcome in. Best food moment in the world. I know, it's like it's not quite melted, but it's like just about there, but like the rest of it is just like, and it's still warm. Oh, so good. Mrs. Dundee, linguistic garnish. That is like, see, that's the correct way to say that. I love it. And welcome. Twinderella says, my kids learned to curse from me. Yeah. Calvin learned to curse from both of us. We have a very verbally free house. Okay, so 13 cookies at 60 grams. So we're working on, like I said, we're working on a recipe. So here's like I'm like working and making some notes on here. There's a lot of like grams and ounces and like notes and weights and whatnot. So I'm gonna pop one tray of these in the oven. I'm gonna pop one tray in the oven, and we're gonna do them for, let's do them for, what did I say here? I can't even find the thing where I wrote the thing. Okay, let's do 13 minutes. Oh, I want to flatten these too. this is an important thing. These don't spread. And I should. Yeah, where's my pen? Okay, hold on. I want to make notes on flatten. They will not spread. What is the other note? Combine the wets. Mix well. Will be sticky. Okay, so we do want to flatten these. Because they don't spread. So they're going to end up being, they'll puff up just a little bit based on having some baking powder in here. But generally speaking, the shape that you make them right here is the shape that they're going to come out of the oven like. So, Michaud, what was your last question? Speaking of missing things from time to time, I also miss things in chat. So if y'all have said something, asked something, said hi, and I didn't like say hi to you, please feel free to repost it. If you need something from the moderator, don't hesitate to ask, but also hesitate to ask again. If you ask the moderator for something, they see it. They don't usually miss much, especially if it's through a command redeem. Okay, we're gonna put these. Could you make a heart-shaped one? I suppose you could. I feel like I'm always surprised that these cookies stick together at all, if I'm being honest, because they're like, sometimes they feel a little crumbly. But they do end up sticking together. There's cheese in here. There's quite a bit of cheese, actually. I put more cheese in this version than I have in other versions, so we'll see how they are. I may, based on the fact that there's more cheese in here, I may want to add another egg to this. We'll see. Oh, yes. Okay, I did see that go by, and then yes. Let me put these in the oven before I start to expound. Deal. These are apple oat cheddar cookies going in the oven. They have all-purpose flour, baking powder, nutmeg, kosher salt, applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla extract, egg, apple, Granny Smith specifically, rolled oats, cheddar cheese, and raisins in them. Brigged, thank you. I'm putting one tray in the oven because I'm going to bake one tray for 13 minutes, and I'm going to bake one tray for 15 minutes, and we'll see which one ends up better when they're cooled. Okay, so Michaud asked, had initially asked, do you choose your meals in advance? And would you consider listing in advance that one could be easily prepared to follow along? You know, I've thought about that. I have thought about doing a cook along, which could be fun. I think it would be fun to do a cook along for some of the recipes that I'm working on and actually developing, because they do get published places. I have been. I'll just be honest that I've been reluctant to share where all of these get published when they get published, because I publish under my real name. But if you've ever been on the internet and used a search engine, it's not hard to find. So I'm just sort of there's no command that'll bring back all the recipes that I've done on stream. There should be, though, and I feel like I would like to do that at some point. However, I do like the idea of doing like a cook along thing, because there's plenty of recipes that would be like an easy way, like it would be easy to do them together on stream. I'm thinking about like things like chicken pot pie. There's some cold salads that I've done. There's a lot. I've done a lot. I don't even recall all the ones that I've written. But for the other side of things, I do meal plan. Often if I'm not working on a recipe, there isn't a recipe though. It's like I'm just writing, or like I'm just sort of getting stuff out of the fridge and throwing it together based on my own sort of taste and experience and ability to just like, that tastes good. What does this need? Oh, it needs vinegar or salt. Usually it's salt. Always it's salt. It always needs salt. I should go back and say it always, the answer to what does this need is almost always more salt and a little splash of lemon or vinegar, any kind of vinegar. Generally speaking. True caretaker. Yeah, I don't use my real name online. It is, I mean, I publish under my recipes under my real name. My real name is Lou. Like, Lou is not a made up name. I can't even imagine trying to go by like a different name on the internet. Like a not like Eat It Dads is obviously like a screen name or a Twitch name. Shockingly enough, this is not my real name. But I can't imagine using like a pen name for just the internet. Black Rose Pixie of Food Fight, or Pixie says, yeah, I feel like I over prepared, was nervous in the beginning. Totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. It's a very, Food Fight is an extremely different format than what your what most of us are used to doing. Robbie says, I get called about 5 different names now. I just find it anything other than Dana at this point. Reasonable. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Ms. Rod, I haven't like published them. I guess I would say that if you Googled some keywords, I'm pretty sure you could find it. I am not gonna just like send a link out in chat in this moment, because I'm live and I haven't like thought about it. I haven't given it a ton of thought on how that feels. And I don't make a habit of like, how do I say this? There's one of the rules in chat, not that you're not breaking it, just to be clear, but one of the rules in chat is like, I'm not going to follow up with a conversation that I'm having offline with somebody that like comes into chat and asks me to like follow up on that thing, because I like to give things their due consideration. But that said, an astute user of the Google search engine would definitely be able to find any of the recipes I've published with information that is easily available from the past 10 minutes of conversation. Hi, Vibe Mike. Would I happen to have a Green Goddess recipe wrestling? You know what? I don't. Twinderella might. One of our moderators, I believe, has Green Goddess. That feels to me like a Twinderella recipe, or at least a Twinderella reference. So perhaps we can ask when they're back. So thank you for the shout out to Lemon. Lemon, welcome in. Nice to have you. Happy Thursday. I keep forgetting what day it is. I've streamed every day this week, which has not happened before. I don't think I've streamed for 4 straight days ever, question mark. So it's a weird one. Figured it was a shot in the dark. I know I do not have a green goddess dressing recipe. Actually, I've never made green goddess dressing. I have a book that has a good one in there, if you'd like. But I now understand. I now understand the nature of your question. Okay, we have cookies in the oven. We have cookies on the stove that are ready to go. We have about 5 minutes left on the cookie timer for the oven. Again, reminder, 13-minute timer for the cookies in the oven. I did put the ones in the oven here that are in there now at 350, which, if you've hung out on the stream before, you know that I sort of fuss and hem and haw over the oven not being the right temperature that I think it should be. So I think I'm just setting the oven at 350. I also think that if we're being like real, that probably a lot of people's ovens are like a slightly different temperature than what the reading on the oven says. So I'm just going with setting it at 350 and letting it roll. Here's what we're going to do. If you've been on the internet before, you know there are ads during videos, many of them. The way that we do ads in this channel is that we run them every hour while we do a 3 minute. We do a three minutes of ads. We play a game, two games of Words on Stream, and I generally use that time to clean up in my sink, which is off stream. So off stream, it's right there. The sink is right there. Anyway, we're gonna do that now because the cookies have 4 minutes left on them. 4 minutes left, and I don't want to have to run an ad in the middle of that while we're getting them out of the oven and being like, look, cookies. So we're going to do that now. For reference, that's just the next couple minutes. After we're done that, after the ad runs, we're basically going to pull these cookies out of the oven. We're going to look at them. We're going to pop these cookies in the oven for 15 minutes so that we have a low end and a high end reference point for our timing. And then we're going to start on our next recipe. The next recipe that we're doing is egg salad. It is an egg loaf egg salad. If you're curious what that means, you can stick around. We're going to go to this screen, and then we're going to play a game of Words on stream. We're going to start that now. Ovens are liars, Brigged. Ovens are always liars. I feel like my oven is 20 degrees on the cooler side than what it usually is. Anyway, we're gonna start our ad because our cookies are gonna be finished in 3 minutes. When the ad's done, we're gonna pull the cookies out of the oven. Here it comes. Here's a game of Words on Stream. I'm gonna clean up in the sink. See you in a moment. Bye.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, I am, instead of putting all of these things in the dishwasher, I am going to wash them by hand because these are my recipe development bowls. I want to use them again for farther development. All right. These little cup measure bowls are the best thing. I just love them so much. I'm sure that you cannot purchase these exact bowls anymore. But if you could, I would buy more, and I haven't looked at it. I haven't ever looked into it, so I'll never know. I'm not gonna look into it either. I have too many things. I have too many small glass bowls. I don't need more. Oh, so close with this one. All these 4 letters. I really think Words on Stream should allow cursing. I think it should allow cursing, and I think there should be a setting that's like adult words, where it just allows, you know, any 4-letter word or like any word. I don't like that they're just like gatekeeping the bawdiness of the whole thing. Not good. Last guesses, get them in 3, 2, 1. It's over. The game is over, not the ad break. Wait, where's the thing? There it is. Continue. Sometimes they don't play ads, but it is telling me there's 40 seconds worth of ads left. So if you are not experiencing an ad break, congratulations. You're lucky. That's great. I mean, maybe not lucky. Maybe just Twitch just decided that they don't need that money. What are the odds of that? I'll give you a hint. It's 0. Okay. We're keeping up with the dishes today. Kind of like the Kardashians, only more productive. All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, speaking of ads, and you were getting an ad, now you're not. They should be over. And we're going to finish this game of words on stream. My timer's over there chirping at me. So we have to check these cookies. I'm going to pull these out of the oven right now while we're finishing this game, so that I honor the time, because the timing was the important part. Okay, I can tell you pretty definitively that these are not quite finished yet. But we're going to pop this next round into the oven, and we're going to give them 15 minutes. But we'll let these sit, and they might be a little greasy because of the cheese. I added more cheese than I usually do to this, which is fine. That was intentional. But let's see how these turned out. Hey, nice work on the words on stream, y'all. Okay, here are the cookies that I just pulled out of the oven. Hold on. That tray is still hot. Sigh. These, they look good. They're not quite as browned as I want them to be. So I think 13 minutes feels like not quite enough time. I also should have measured how thick these were, #thick, before putting them in. I'll measure how thick they are now. They're about 3/4 of an inch. Okay. Flatten to 3/4 of an inch high. Okay, so notes here, 13 minutes. Undercooked. Not that undercooked. I think these will be fine. Let me check though. The thing with these is how you tell they're finished. The best way to tell they're finished is by looking at the bottom, which like you can't really do on the in the oven easily. LP Megs 45, welcome in. I'm just scrolling back up to see. I saw some first chats. Sarah, thank you. I appreciate it. Simone Biles is on my screen. Okay, cool. Words is on the small side. Yeah, it is on the small side. It's annoying. Pixie, I wish it told you the missing words too. I wish that two things. I wish that you could set it to like adult mode So you could put like 4-letter words in there and also like sex words. And I wish it told you the ones that it thought were words. And Sarah, I appreciate your consideration. Thank you. I'll take one for the team and taste test them. I will take a look at these. Yeah, I mean, they're holding together, but the bottom is not browned. The bottom of this is still looks a bit underdone. So when we get the other ones out of the oven, we'll compare them. I think I've had notes before that these have taken up to 16 minutes. So we're gonna see how the 15s turn out. I may just like pop these. Now I'm gonna try one. Like I'm gonna let these cool for a few minutes more, and then we'll try one. I'm sure that they taste fine. However, they're not completely cooked. I'm probably just gonna pop these back in the oven once these come out. I may pop these back in for like another 5 minutes. Now, I should have popped them back in right away, but I wanted to, for the sake of science, we're developing a recipe. Remember, like we're working on it. So if you undercook them, what do they taste like? What do they look like? That's what we want to know. That's what we're going to try. If you overcook them, I know what they taste like. They're solid and they taste a little burnt. So that one's easy. What you're looking for, a browned bottom. And you're also looking for some of the oats on the top to be slightly browned. So visual cues, scent cues. Sometimes sound cues are really nice if you're cooking, like brown butter, right? When you're browning butter, that's one where you can actually use like sound cues to determine if the thing is cooking correctly or at what stage it's at. So cooking can be fun. It's a very sensory experience. It can also be incredibly infuriating for the same reason. All right, these are looking all right. So let's get out what we need for the next round of testing. We're gonna do an egg salad next. Egg salad is super easy. This one is just kind of like it's a process-based recipe as opposed to like a complicated one, because it's the simplest egg salad you could possibly make. That's not true. It's not the simplest. The simplest egg salad you could possibly make is like hard-boiled eggs just mashed together. This one is hard-boiled eggs, mayonnaise, mustard. I don't know if I want to use dry mustard or regular mustard, like Dijon liquid mustard. So we're going to probably cut the egg, the amount of eggs that we have in half, and then just determine that from there. We'll do 1/2 with dry, 1/2 with wet, and see which one works. And then what works better for my taste in this moment. Then dry dill. I prefer fresh dill for my egg salad, but only if you're eating it right away. If you're not eating it, if you like, basically when I have egg salad and I use fresh dill, I want to like sprinkle the dill on top of it when it's on the sandwich and then eat it. Like if you add fresh dill to things, and you let it sit for any amount of time, especially something liquidy, it's just like it gets soggy and soft, and I just don't love that. It's one of the few times where I prefer the dried herb. Mike, what are you browning butter for? I love brown butter. It's so amazing. Brown butter is one of those things that has visual, scent, and audible clues, like all at the same time. For that reason, it's really satisfying to make. I'm imagining it also has texture, like clues if you were to touch it, but then you'd get burns. If I'm frying, I use timing as a guide, but the sound tells me better. Megs, it does. It definitely does. Like the sound of frying changes things. And it's like, it's an easy one. Okay. She's just rolling around on the couch, making dog noises. So I think the meds have kicked in. Mike says, your cookies inspire me to make some banana bread oatmeal cookies. No applesauce here. Reasonable. Applesauce. I like applesauce. In this recipe, I'm for the cookies. You could use vegetable oil too. I guess you could use olive. You could use any oil. You could use coconut, vegetable, or olive oil, and it would all be the same, just equal amounts. Applesauce or oil. But I prefer applesauce because it makes it more appley. Appley? Yes. Did I set a timer for these? I swear to God. Okay, 5 minutes left. Yeah, these are coming along. I didn't actually note with these whether or not there is a visual cue, like bubbling of any kind. Sometimes with cookies, there's like little bubbles around the side or something like that. So when I open the oven to take a look at these, I will try to remember to see if there's a visual like that on the pan. There probably is. If I'm guessing, I'm certain there is. All right, Instant Pot. I haven't used the Instant Pot in a while. Last time I used the Instant Pot, I realized I needed to replace the ring inside of it because it kept the seal kept breaking. So I needed a new O-ring, which I have. I don't remember if I put it in here or not yet, so we'll figure that out momentarily. Circle says, speaking of dill, did you know that dill flowers are best for dill pickles? The dill flavor is stronger. I did not know that. I'm imagining that it's also more visually pleasing. That it is more, if you have like a jar with like flowers in it, that probably looks nicer too. Trying to do a more low-fat diet, Meg says, I forgot about using applesauce in place of fat. You can, and I do, and I love it. I don't always, but when I do, I remember why I like it. Okay. Yeah, this ring is old and loose. Commercial pickle makers don't use flowers, Sofla says, because they are delicate. Yeah, I mean, I'm imagining the commercial process, the industrial process of like getting them into the jar. They probably would just fall apart. That makes sense. Dill is one of my favorite herbs. I would say that dill, after parsley, dill is probably my like second favorite herb. Only second to parsley because I think parsley holds up a little bit better sometimes. I like curly parsley. That's my favorite. All right, let's rinse this ring off because I just got it out of the package here. But look, I remembered to get a new ring. I did. Sometimes we'll be talking about something on stream And like months will go by and I'll be like, damn it, I never did that thing. I should have remembered to do that thing. Why can't I, like, why am I a piece of shit? Why can't I remember to do the thing? I remembered. The last time I used the Instant Pot, the ring blew out twice on me. And so it was important. It was important. Thank you for the claps. Now, does this is a silly question, and I bet it's answered on the box. No. It's not. Do these little do these like notches? See, there's like a notch in here, right? Like the notch directly above my thumb. A little one over here on the ring. Do they have any like meaning? Are they supposed to go in a specific place in the pressure cooker? I see there's 4. I see there's 4 things in here. I mean, they don't line up. They're not like lined up to any individual. Like if you line 1, 2, 3 of them up, the 4th one doesn't line up. So I don't think they actually matter. I don't think the notch placement matters. All right, that's validation enough for me. Oh wow, yeah, this is getting this thing in here is a bit different than getting the old one in. That's for sure. It sits a little tighter. Good. Okay, cool. And I have 2 for the next time this thing sucks. Wait, these aren't. Oh, 2 units. Okay, it's a 2-pack. I thought maybe it was for 2 different sizes. That's what she said. Which part of the last couple statements that it could have been any one of them, really. How the ring fit. Ah. Yes. Okay, we have one little less than a minute left on this. Oh, never mind. Timer's going off. We have 0 minutes. We have 0 time left on this. All right, that was exactly 15 minutes. Let's pull this out of the oven. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull these out. I'm going to lift up one of them. And if it's not the right color on the bottom, I'm going to put it right back in the oven because I'm at 15. If it needs 16, I want to just like, I don't want to have it be, I don't want to have to like do this a 3rd time. All right, so these are looking a little better than the last ones. The bottom is starting just about there. I'm going to pop this back in for 1 more minute. Because I think 16 minutes is perfect for these. I flipped that one over and the bottom was just about perfect. So 15 min, close, 16 min. Okay. And then when I pull those out again, let's do the thing. I've only got 30 seconds, so I'm not going to do anything else until that happens. I am going to do the thing where I want to look for the visual cues like we talked about. And then I'm going to pop these back in the oven for, how long were they in there for? 13. I'm going to put those back in for 4 minutes. That way they have time to just get back up to temperature. And then, okay. Elsie, no. These look great. What am I looking for? Hold on. Cheese bubbling a little bit. Cheese is bubbling just a little bit. Apples are browned. Oats are browning on the top. Cheese, bubble,
browned oats, but like just. And then the apples are starting to look softened. Elsie, no. No. Oh, no. Cookie Cat wants cookies. You smell? You smell? You can see. I know. She is the softest cat. You are the softest of all of the cats. And it's not even close. You are just the softest little girl. But you're going to go down on the floor now because I am using the kitchen and the counter to make food. Yes, I am. And your paws and your fur are unwelcomed. Okay? I know. The cookies look good. The cookies look good, don't they? Here, come here. Meow. Here. There she is. She's looking for cookies. She's on her back. She's getting a chest and a belly rub. And looking for cookies. But you're purring. Yes, you are. Oh, she's purring. See, this is what happens. Meow. At night, you come sit on my lap, and then I don't get to do the things because I just have a cat on my lap. Okay, we're going to get down now, though, all right? Okay, babe? Onto the floor. Currently stuck with a cat on my lap. Stuff says it's a good place to be, though. Honestly, it is a great place to be. Did I hit the timer for those cookies in the oven? I did. Okay, so these just came out. The tray is cool enough now. So these are soft. They're still soft. They haven't really hardened at all. But let's take a look at one of the bottoms of these. This one. So you can see just a little visual difference. These are slightly browned on the bottom, and that's what I'm looking for. That like brown. Now, I may even cook these a little bit more. So when I do this test again, we're going to test these again. Look at this. This is like you got like a cheese pool going on here because of all the cheddar. That will obviously go away as they cool down. But when I do the test, when I test like a final recipe for these, I'm going to probably do 16 minutes as the low end, and then we'll probably test like an 18-minute. So I think these could be cooked even a little more. All right, so I'm going to give the cookies in the oven one more minute. Because here's my thought process. The ones that were in the oven were 13 minutes. Probably took them about a minute to get back to the temperature that they were at. That'd be 14. I put them in there for 4. So if they were at 13, and we take that first minute away, following me? We subtract the first minute of the 4 for general coming back up to temp purposes. That means that we had a 16-minute cookie, same as these. If I add another minute, that's 17 minutes. And so that's what I'm thinking. These are really good though. It's funny, the initial recipe, like when I was searching around, I found like a recipe that was sort of similar to what I was looking for, but it didn't have any salt in it. And I was like, what kind of cookie are y'all making here with no salt in it? All right. Yeah, these look a little better. I don't expect that they're going to be any browner on the bottom. They are slightly. Okay, so these are about the same as these now. All right, so 16 minutes is our low end for reference purposes. All right, I feel good about where I have my notes for this. So next time I would say either, I don't think I want to bake them at a higher temperature. I think 350 is a good temperature. I think if you bake them much hotter, I don't know that it's going to be, I don't know that it'll be too much different. Maybe you could do like 375 for 15 minutes or something, but like maybe we could try that next time. Maybe for the next ones, we'll do like 3 different batches. We'll try like different times because I think the ingredients are good. I don't like with this, with the cheese, I was worried about adding that much cheese, but like these are still really warm, so they're a little bit soft, but like they're starting to cool off and they're holding together. I'm not shaking this vigorously, but if you shake any cookie vigorously, it's probably gonna fall apart. All right, so notes for the next one. We have test at 16 and 18, and then we'll say 375. We'll do a test at 375 for, I don't know, 15 minutes. Because I like 15 minutes as a length of time for its like uniform nature. Okay, these feel good. I feel good about where we're at with these apple oat cheddar cookies. I have lots of notes. And let's make some egg salad. That's next. Hold on, let me put these in my notebook. In the notebook. There we go. Egg salad. This one is a silly and easy. Actually, let me consolidate. Let me turn the oven off because I don't need the oven on anymore. I've decided, I think we're probably not even going to get to the pumpkin pasta situation today, even if I want to, because I don't think we'll have enough time just in general, which is totally okay. That one's not due for like another month. So if I don't get to it today, I'm already farther ahead on there than I really need to be. I already have my ingredients. It's with canned pumpkin, so that's an easy one. All the ingredients for that are pantry stock, generally. All right, I'm just gonna leave these cookies though on the tray here. Can I touch this tray yet? Yes, I can. All right, we're just gonna leave these on the tray and put that over there on the counter for, let's just let those completely cool off. All right, egg loaf, egg salad. Okay, my pitch for this one. The egg loaf process is my favorite egg salad hack. No shells, no peeling, no questionable timing, or wondering if your eggs are finished. Though I switch up the ingredients occasionally, it's been decades since I peeled an egg for egg salad. This is true. very true. So the questions that they have are, call for a common sized dish for the eggs to be steamed in, and give options. For instance, could they be steamed in a bowl if you don't have a ramekin? Yes. So here's generally the process that I take to make an egg loaf. So I said, hey, stick around after the ad. We'll be back and I'll tell you what an egg loaf is. Well, we've reached that point 30 minutes later. An egg loaf is basically egg salad. So you make hard-boiled eggs, right? You hard-boil all the eggs and then you crack them, you peel the shells off, and then you chop them up, right? An egg loaf is when you crack all the eggs before you cook them into a ramekin, so basically an oven-safe dish. And then you put that in the Instant Pot. And you cook them in here, in the dish. And then you're done. Then you just dump the loaf of whatever number of eggs you've decided to make, you just dump them out of the dish. It's easy. Actually, every single time I've ever done this, and I'm going to do this today, I have to look up what the suggested cook time is. So we're gonna do that. Let's see. Hold on. Where's the internet on this thing? There it is. Okay. What do I Google for this? Egg loaf Instant Pot. And it's the first one. It's always the first one. Yep. Simply Happy Foodie. I literally look this up in the same blog every single time. Jump to recipe. There it is. Servings 4 to 6. Perfect. 8 to 10 eggs. If using more eggs, increase the cook time by 2 to 5 minutes. Great. Now, I wonder, 8 to 10 eggs, all of this I know, blah, 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 blah. What is the time? I forget. 6 minutes, 7 minutes. We'll start at 6 minutes. Easy. Who the hero? Welcome in. Can I use a different pan? That's an interesting question. I would assume that the best way to... I would assume that a metal pan would probably be best, or a metal bowl. In here, as opposed to a glass bowl. So I feel like if you're using a glass bowl, it would need to be oven safe. Like if you're using ramekins, right? What I always use is this oven safe ramekin. This is a 1.5 quart ramekin. I don't know what size this is width wise, and my ruler's not, my kitchen ruler's not that long. So let's use this ruler instead. How big is this ramekin? 7.5 inches. Functional working size in here is like almost 7 inches. But yeah, this is 7.5 inch ramekin. Okay. I'm guessing that one might use a metal bowl instead. Because metal is definitely oven safe. My worry is that if I was to use one of like these bowls, right? These like general glass bowls. This one says that it's tempered. So I believe I could use this one in here. But I don't know. So I think the best advice would be metal. Like this is definitely microwave safe, oven safe, pressure safe. I've used this every single time I've ever made an egg loaf in here, so I know definitively that this works. But I think if I was doing this and I wasn't sure or didn't have a ramekin, I would use one of these, like a little metal bowl. Maybe because I know that it works in here, maybe we can try it in a metal bowl. That seems like a good idea. For science, of course. Of course. As long as it doesn't shrapnel like a grenade. Right. So I've done this a bunch. Now this is pressure safe because it's non-port. There's no like air or any, like, I'm not sealing it. Like this I'm positive you could put in here. I don't know if those glass bowls, I don't know what those glass bowls would do. So I've read recipes before where you put metal bowls in an Instant Pot. So I know you can do that. This is not a hot blender situation, just FYI. This isn't a like, I know you can, I know you shouldn't, but I'm going to. This is a like, I know you can, but I think I want to, I want to turn the air in my house on because it is, gosh, it is beastly hot in here, especially now that I've had the oven on. Oh yeah, the thermostat's completely off. That's why. It's 26 degrees in the house. That's hotter than I want it to be. I'm glistening. Okay. We got it. Michelle says, yes, it's generally safe to put a metal object in a pressure cooker, such as a spoon or metal bowl, as long as it's not damaged. It won't interfere with the sealing of the lid. It will not. It will not. Yeah, and I'm not stirring anything in here. So I'm not worried about that. I've decided that I'm going to use this bowl, the one that I always use, because I just want it to be the thing. Like, I want to make it the way I always make it, and then we can like iterate on it and try it in the smaller bowl. Maybe for the next time we can try it in the smaller bowl. But I want to get the timing right for this ramekin. Although, you know what? No, I don't actually want to do that. Sorry, I know I'm going back and forth, and I apologize. But it's more likely to me that someone's going to have one of these at their house than one of these. Am I wrong in thinking that? Like, is this a common thing that everyone has? Probably not. So, and Sean says I have both. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, demonstrably also have both. But I feel like when I'm thinking about it, this bowl is like the common thing that I think a lot of just general home cooks have is like a set of 3 stacking metal bowls, like large, medium, and small. Just like I'm going out on what I feel is a pretty sturdy limb to say that most folks will have a metal bowl. Now, I think a lot of folks might also have a glass bowl, but again, that will interfere. Again, we are trying to make this the most accessible. Okay, so I'm just going to use this metal bowl. This is my medium, really like truly medium-sized bowl. Some of these are nice. Yeah, some of these are nice. I've collected a lot of metal bowls over the years. This isn't even all of them. Let's get these are the ones from the sink. This cabinet under here is just all cookware, like immediate to hand cookware. Lots of little bowls, various size bowls, measuring cups, pots, pans, all of that. Okay, so we're gonna use this bowl. This is a medium size metal bowl. For the sake of thoroughness, let's measure it. This is an 8-inch bowl. So I'm using 8-inch metal bowl. We want to spray with nonstick spray. So first thing first. Could have told you that at a glance. Hey. Meh. Pedigree, welcome in. Anyway. Put the ramekin back. We'll use the ramekin. We'll use the ramekin another day. We've always used the ramekin, so like I said, I want to try something that's going to be like the thing that most people would have. Okay, I want this to be 4 servings, so I think we're going to start with 8 eggs, which, if you know me, is a very low number of eggs. I think for a serving, I'm considering a serving of like what would be a sandwich. An egg salad sandwich. 2 hard-boiled eggs chopped up. Seems like if I was going to make myself a single egg salad sandwich, I feel like I would probably make 2 hard-boiled eggs. So if we're gonna go for 4 servings, we'll do 8 eggs. Pedigree, 8 is a lot of eggs. It totally is. But we're making egg salad, and that's the only ingredient in it other than mayonnaise, mustard, and some herbs. These cookies have cooled off a little bit. Let me show you the inside of these. Looking pretty good. They're cheesy. They're cheesier than usual, but as they're cooling, like I didn't get a cheese pool when I broke this apart. Now, you do want to cool these in the refrigerator, or you would want to store these in the refrigerator. Chris, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a really lovely Thursday. And thank you for the shout out, Sofa. I appreciate it. Go follow Chris Hanger, y'all. Chris does these epic in length meal preps. Very pretty meal preps. Is a professional cook. A professional restaurant cook. And they're also a really nice person. So, you know, we like nice people here on Twitch. All right. Now, also, Pedigree, I should say, if you've seen me make egg salad before in Instant Pot, which many folks in chat have, you know that 8 eggs is a very conservative number of eggs for me for egg salad. Now, the reason I say that is that my family, how do I put this? Buggin' loves egg salad. So, 8 eggs is like just for like one person. I hope you have an amazing trick for peeling hard-boiled eggs that will change my life. We're not peeling them. That's the trick. The trick is that you make them hard outside of the shell. That's why it's called an egg loaf. So watch now, because the trick is about to happen. First, we're going to put 1.5 cups of water in the bottom of this Instant Pot. Okay. 1.5 cups is about 375 milliliters. Write that down. Okay, 1.5 cup water, plus the trivet. The trivet is this thing. The trivet sits on the bottom, and the water is underneath of it, and it raises up whatever's in there over the level of the water. Number 2. Well, sub point. Put that on the dish rack because it just had water in it. Point number 2. You take your bowl, you spray it with non-stick spray. In this case, I'm using extra virgin olive oil cooking spray from Wegmans. It doesn't say non-stick, but like just a spray, cooking oil, whatever. Pam. Y'all grow up with Pam? People in Tinder be like, I want the Pam to my gym. I'm like, yeah, I want the Pam to my fucking pan. Anyway, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We take 8 eggs. They don't need to be at room temperature because this ain't that kind of party. Jude Macy, you like that one? Want the gym to my Pam or Pam to my gym? Left immediately. Sorry. No offense. No offense. Y'all basic. And then we're gonna crack these eggs. Crack the eggs. Here's where the magic happens. You ready? Look at this. Non-hard-boiled egg. 1, 2. 3, 4. No shells. No shells. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 eggs into the pan. Now we rinse our hands because they have egg on them. And then we take this bowl of eggs. Ta-da! Put them in the Instant Pot. Now this is like the weird part because you have to like kind of shimmy them in there and get them centered. Center on the trivet. Now, very important. I'm gonna plug our Instant Pot in. I think I know where you're going with this. We're going to end up with a blob of hard-boiled eggs. I just call it an egg loaf. Like, I don't have a term for it. Let's do... What did the internet say? 6 minutes. Let's do a 6-minute time. Put the lid on. Yeah, it doesn't work without the lid. Listen, isn't that amazing? It's the motherfucking remix. Wait, is that open or not? There it is. Okay, we did it. 6 minutes on high. So we want to set this to be manual adjustment. We want it to be manual. I'm going to hit manual again so it doesn't stay warm. And we want to do not 30 minutes. Let's do... I'm going to do 7. Hold on. Pause. I'm actually going to cancel. Let me look at what the thing... Because the thing is like... I always do this with 18 eggs, so it takes like 12 minutes. Okay, 6 minutes if using a 7-inch pan. Well, we're doing almost an 8-inch pan. So let's do 6 minutes. We'll take it at its word. It's also metal. Okay, 6 minutes on the clock. Easy. It's also a metal pan, so it's probably a little bit more conducive than the ramekin that I usually use. The reason that I'm also doing this in like a, what I would call a conservative batch is that I may make this twice. I may do this. I may make a second batch of this. One, because I may want to just try it a second time. And 2, as stated previously, I usually do this with 18 eggs. And I said I was making egg salad today, and if my family's like, what do you mean? What do you mean we only get 1 sandwich each? There may be mutiny. I don't know. So that's an 8-inch metal bowl. So we'll take a note here. 6. We want to do high with no warming afterward, which means no, with the Instant Pot, there's an option here where it says keep warm. You want that to be off because then it will keep the heat on, and we don't want that. We want it to have what would be referred to in the biz as an NPR. It's a natural pressure release. That is only achievable if you turn the warming option off. So we're going to want this to sit too at its there we go. I'm moving that over there. We're gonna want this to sit too. So when it's finished, we do want it to sit under pressure for just a little bit. A couple minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. It won't release on its own, but you just want it to sit for a little while. So it's not like continuing to cook, but it's still hot inside. It's not continuing to add and build pressure. Welcome in. What's in the Instant Pot? Eggs. We're making an egg loaf today. I'm working on an egg loaf, egg salad recipe. Dude Mesa asks, why 18 eggs? Well, because everyone in my family, including myself, really loves egg salad. And when I make egg salad, I need to be sure to make a lot of it. Basically, when we do egg salad for dinner, like everyone gets 2 egg salad sandwiches. Like big ones too, like Kaiser roll fucking egg salad sandwiches. So there's a level of expectation when I say I'm making egg salad that there's going to be a lot of it. It's just how it is. It's a popular thing
in the house. Egg salad, in particular, I think is like the number one cold salad in this house. Cold salad, number one. My personal preference is chicken salad. I like chicken salad more than egg salad, but I am overruled regularly. So there's that. just saying. Okay. This is on. It's getting up to temperature. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get out the rest of my ingredients for this, the list of which is very short. I'm gonna get out a bowl to make this in. Then we're gonna take a quick break. While this is cooking, we're gonna play a game, 2 games of Words on Stream. I'm gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch, and I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clean up this dish pan, not dish pan. There is a sheet pan. Oh, sheet in the sink. So we're gonna clean that up. I'm trying something different this time. I think I'd like to do this with dry mustard as opposed to liquid mustard out of the fridge, because the dry is not going to add moisture to this. The moisture is just going to come from the mayonnaise, and we'll do some dry mustard and dry dill. Now, I do want to say that you could absolutely do this with regular mustard, and I usually do, but this time I think I'd like to stick with the dry. Just because. Because one of the things that I hate about egg salad is when it is too liquidy. So, high vibe Mike, a good Kaiser roll and egg salad is an amazing combo. You know what goes really well on that? Really crisp lettuce underneath, because then you don't get the liquid that soaks into the roll. The lettuce kind of like acts as your barrier there. Just that though, just lettuce. And I don't love anything else in my egg salad except like a couple herbs and spices. You know, some folks add shallot or whatever. I don't. Can't for the life of me find a good chicken salad. Dude in Mesa. Chicken thighs, mayonnaise, mustard, dry dill, dry parsley, red grapes. Red grapes. That's my favorite chicken salad. Woman says there's a restaurant chain here called Chicken Salad Chick, and they have this basil chicken salad that's so good. Basil is great too, dry basil. Curry powder is really good in chicken salad too, like a little pinch. Pettigrew, chicken salad with one of the rotisserie chickens from the store. Yes, I did a chicken salad recipe recently with a rotisserie chicken. And grapes. The one that I just said, I have actually written professionally. All right, let's take a quick break here, specifically 3-minute type of quick. We're gonna play a game of Words on Stream, 2 games of Words on Stream. We're gonna run an ad on Twitch. If you are on Twitch and you don't love watching the ads, hop on over to YouTube. There's a link in chat. We're live streaming on YouTube as well. Multi-streaming, and that's, I think, all I'm allowed to say about that. I don't know. They have some sort of rules here on the Twitch now. Anyway, we're gonna play a game of Words on Stream. Here it comes. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad. Here that comes. I'm gonna clean the dish pan. We'll be right back. Sheet
Hi.
pan.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. I hear the Instant Pot over there starting to hiss. Hopefully that doesn't explode. Or not explode. I hope it doesn't break the seal. It's not going to explode. I'm not worried about it exploding. That would be kind of silly for this moment and what we're doing with it.
All right. Sheet pan. Looking good. Actually, I can clean the other sheet pan while I'm here too. If I take the cookies off it real quick, I can probably get both of them cleaned in this moment. I'm gonna pop this sheet pan right back in the oven. That way it dries quicker. Instant Pot is pushing. It's pushing. Oh, there it goes. Sealed. It's sealed on its own this time. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Sometimes it takes some encouragement, but this time it made it. Okay, these breakfast cookies are looking really good. I'm gonna put these in a little container and then I'll wash this sheet pan too. That will be fantastic because that just, we're gonna keep getting ahead of the dishes. Last guesses in this round, y'all. Get them in. Sinking. I'm sinking too. S-Y-N-C. I hate when words on stream sounds disappointed. It's like, fuck you, words on stream. Don't be so judgy. Okay. Last couple moments of this ad break here. Just finishing up a sheet pan. Wiping a sheet pan. Cleaning a sheet pan. Trying to get ahead. Just trying to stay ahead of the... Trying to stay ahead of it. Staying ahead of the dishes is like difficult sometimes. Okay. Hey, we're back from an ad break. Thank you for your patience, y'all, on the Twitch. Dan, welcome in. We have 5 minutes on our Instant Pot. While we were in our break, it sealed itself and started its little started its journey towards being finished here. One moment, I'm gonna run and grab my stream phone so that I can actually be at the oven or stove. So while this game is finishing, we grab that out of the IRL kit. Somewhere in here. Because I don't... Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. Last guesses. Coming up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0. Well, the Instant Pot has sealed itself. It is still staying sealed, which is kind of nice. In this moment, it's staying sealed, so we're gonna hope for the best. Wait, wrong one. There it is. Okay, we did it. Dan, did I say hi to you? Welcome in. I did, but I wasn't on the screen. Anyway, hello, Dan. Nice to see you. Welcome. Elbow deep in zucchini. Is that a euphemism? No. It's a me-phemism. Just kidding. I don't know what that means. Once the eggs come out of the Instant Pot, they do need to cool for a little bit. So, I think what I'll do is chop them up and toss them in the fridge for a few moments, or the freezer rather, because they do need to cool. One of the things with egg salad that's really annoying is when you add the mayonnaise to it too quickly, and you end up it ends up like a kind of a
liquidy sort of soupy mess, and you have to cool it either way. So we're going to chop the eggs up and cool them. Okay. All right. I now have the stream chat on this phone. Perfect. Because we're going to use the stove in a little bit here to make some soup. So nice to have that. 2 minutes left on the Instant Pot. What other notes do I have to have? We do need to cool. So basically, I want to chop, then cool the eggs. Well, it says random, but I was thinking about vending machines earlier and thought, isn't capitalism just one big vending machine? I mean, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Who's restocking? Someone's got to be restocking that bitch. It's, yeah. I don't love it. Are we the product, Woma, or are we the customer? Anyway, this has 1 minute left on it. We're gonna do maybe both, potentially. I know I'm not making the money from it, that's for sure. When this beeps, we're gonna set a timer. Set a timer for 5 minutes, and we'll let that come back. While I'm doing that and waiting, I'm gonna get out the ingredients for my soup, because that's gonna come up next. And this egg salad is gonna be is generally super easy. Like everything with regard to like the rest, like the development process. All right, so it's beeping, so we're gonna do 5 minutes on the clock. It takes longer to write the thing than it does to make the thing, always. But next is this soup. 3-pea soup. Oh, okay, got it. Sorry, someone just called me and left me a voicemail. All right, 3-pea soup. A perfect pantry powerhouse. Alliteration there. Canned chickpeas. I used dried black-eyed peas when I made this the first time. I'm going to use canned black-eyed peas this time around. And split peas. So we have 3 different peas. Carrot, garlic, onion, and stock. Super easy. Notes. Editor's notes. Love an easy bean soup for the fall. Me too. Include variations as well as any tips. Use canned black-eyed peas and include optional garnishes that will make the soup look nice for photos. Right, because otherwise it's literally just brown pea soup. Do I have a favorite brand of stock? Yes, Pacific Foods. That'll be important for the flavor of the soup. I want to note in this moment, and we'll note this when we're making it, but there's a difference between stock and broth. I like to use broth. This is particularly Swanson brand. I've got the Swanson brand because this is pretty much in like every grocery store you could find. But broth is different than stock. And we'll get to that in a moment. I wrote down here served with grilled bread, which obviously.
let's get out our ingredients for this. I'll just leave those over on the side of the counter. Ingredients: canned chickpeas, canned black-eyed peas, and split peas. So we have chickpeas, black-eyed peas, and split peas. I don't know how many split peas to use. This is just like a big old bag. When I made this the first time, I didn't measure I didn't measure any of this stuff the first time I made this. So we're gonna try to actually do that today. For each pound of peas, add 6 to 8 cups of hot water. So this is a 1 pound bag. Yeah, this is a 1 pound bag. So I imagine maybe using half of this. Maybe I'll use like a half a cup of this. So if a pound is 2 cups, a half a cup. Sorry, my brain just broke for a second. This is... Oh, it's 2 cups dry. Never mind. Never mind. Forget it. We're going to use a quarter of this bag. So we'll use... Hold on. How many ounces is this? This is 16 ounces. So this is a pound too. But this isn't a pound. This is liquid too. These are all 15.5 ounces. Okay, so we'll use maybe half this bag. We'll use maybe half this bag. Split peas, black-eyed peas, carrot, garlic. I don't know what volume of those things I used before, so let's just go with our gut here. Oh, this garlic feels oh, that was just like 1 or 2 pieces of it. We're a little bit off. When I say off, I mean they are soft. If you bang it on the table, you get a pound. Ha ha ha. This is true. Yeah, this... All right, these garlics look good. How many cloves do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cloves of garlic. That'll do. All right. My timer is going off for my egg loaf. So we're going to stop. We're going to pause the soup process. And we're going to come back to the egg salad process. Okay, I'm just going to leave that over here. Natural pressure or pressure release. No more pressure. Open the lid. Let's see. Did 6 minutes do the work? Yes, it did. We can test this. We can test this by putting, much like with baking. Okay, we're going to take our little stick in here. I can see into the yolks. Let's see. Yeah, yolk. Yolk is looking good. I think I'm going to give this... The yolk is fine. The yolk is not at all runny. I'm deciding if it's good enough. It is. It is cooked enough. Okay. Let's take this out. I think for a version of this, I may want this to be in here for slightly longer than 6 minutes, but this looks good enough for me. We're dumping a little bit of the liquid off the top. Okay. And here's our hard-boiled eggs. I'm going to take this out and put this in a glass bowl so you can see what's going on here. we'll chop this up. All right, ready? Here comes our egg loaf. Empty. Came out clean. Now, for the folks who are expressing skepticism, I feel you. I understand. I understand your concern. So take a knife, slice that. Now this one looks a little, there's a little bit of runniness in one of those, but there you go. One yolk. One yolk is not good. Dude Mesa, gross is not what I would describe to this. It is, now watch this. Watch what happens as this goes from a thing that you're like, oh my God, it's so horrific. It's horrific. To like, look, now it just looks like you've taken your hard-boiled eggs and put them in here. Am I wrong? Now, if you've ever in your whole life been frustrated by peeling hard-boiled eggs, I'm here to tell you that if you want, and if you have an Instant Pot, you have done that for the last time. Because what we have here is perfectly hard-boiled eggs in an Instant Pot with no peeling. Now, will I put these in for 7 minutes next time? Yes, I will. Because I like this. I like the consistency. This right here, this piece, whoa, this piece of egg is slightly underdone for what I want, like me personally. It's solid, right? Like this is solid and is going to be just fine to eat, but it's slightly underdone. Now, how do you do this for deviled eggs? You don't. This really only works when you want hard-boiled eggs that are like cut up in this sense. So like if you're doing hard-boiled eggs for like a salad, just consider sprinkling them over the salad instead of like putting them on the thing. Right? This is why this works specifically for egg salad. Does it work for nicely presented deviled eggs? No, it does not. I'm sorry. Does it work when you want to cut the eggs up and have them in little chunks like this? Yes, it does. And it's delicious. Now, I'm just going to spread this out in the bowl a little bit. Spread it up the sides. And we're going to pop this in the fridge. I'm going to pop this in the fridge for a few moments while I get the rest of the stuff out for my soup. And we're going to put the Instant Pot away. So this definitely works. Like demonstrably works. I would say my preference would be 7 minutes on high. And again, that's my preference. These are finished. They are completely cooked and not runny at all. The only thing that I am would improve is the color. I just want the to be a little bit darker. The little egg-shaped silicone baking tins, you could probably use those. I bet you could put, if you had like an egg-shaped mold, you could crack eggs into that and like cook them in there if it was like a silicone mold. Maybe. Maybe. Senko, you're back. Trying to get me to say sexy words by using your things that are not those words tied together. Hee hee. A less astute streamer would read that out loud. And then be like, oh my god, I said the word dildo. Honestly, just sourdough bread. The teenager in me giggled. The 40-year-old adult in me giggles about stupid shit regularly. Just saying. Now, I will tell you that that is a very innocuous sort of play on words. I have seen people do that with words that are much meaner and nastier, and that would get you banned. From this channel specifically, if you tried to get me to say. But that one's pretty funny. That one's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. And Board Game says, I will say I've done hard-boiled eggs in the Instant Pot. Use the trivet, add water, then nestle the whole eggs on top of the trivet, and add a teaspoon of baking soda to the water. Easy peeling. That's a great tip. And how long do you put them? And question, how long do you put them in for? At what pressure? Do you do a natural pressure release afterward? What's the recipe? Because I understand what you're saying, and that would be wonderful. I personally hate peeling hard-boiled eggs, and I hate making them in a pot. There's a reason I don't make deviled eggs. Like, I don't make deviled eggs. Have I ever made deviled eggs on stream? No, I have not. Will I make them on stream? Highly unlikely. Do I love to eat them when I see them at a party? You fucking better believe I love to eat them when I see them at a party. Not only do I love to eat them, I also recognize how much effort they are to make, how much stupid effort they are to make, and I generally will respect the person who made them slightly more than I did before I knew that they made deviled eggs. Anyway, I hate making deviled eggs. I won't. But I love egg salad, and the egg loaf recipe is like obviously a nice saver for that. I would ask that, true, because like the thing with peeling the eggs is they're difficult to peel, and I don't love that. So I try to avoid it. Even before egg salad, Avo? Look at you. That's like achiever. 69 check-ins. Nice. Can't check in again? Fair. Valid. We're gonna put the egg loaf thing to the side, or the egg salad just to the side for just another moment while we finish getting out the ingredients here. I'm just waiting for those eggs to cool a little bit so that they don't make the mayonnaise runny and awful. We have the garlic out. We have the onion and onion. Do I have a different onion in here? Do I have an older onion in here? I do. We're going to use an older onion. Just because first in, first out. I'm also going to put these apples in the fridge because they're I'm not using them again today. And now my fridge smells like fucking farts. Great. The only downside to hard-boiled eggs is they smell like farts. Anne says of the hard-boiled eggs in an Instant Pot, the 5-5-5 method. 5 minutes on high pressure, 5 minutes slow release, 5-minute ice bath. Baking soda trick works in the traditional egg boiling technique too. I've also heard vinegar works too. The ice bath though, I think is the one that that makes a big difference, because the quick cooling separates, anecdotally, not an authority here, the quick cooling separates the liner from the shell quicker. It like constricts the egg quicker, so it doesn't have time to stick. It like rips it off the interior of the shell as opposed to like letting it contract slowly. At least that's my sort of layperson's understanding of it. Okay. 3-piece soup. What is my process here? Cook the, carrot. I wanted to get out a carrot. Right. Hello. Do I have carrot in here? Oh, thank gosh. Okay. How do I want to cook this? How do I want to process this carrot? I think I want to process this into small dice, because that way it's the same size as the black-eyed peas and the split peas. So if you posted the dill flavored dough reel on media share, thank you, because you know I'm not on the internet to like see such things. I don't ever see anything like that. None of that ever comes across my awareness. It just like doesn't. Sometimes it does. Occasionally it does. Not if it's on Instagram or TikTok though. It like never. Okay, I do think I want to small dice the carrot. Let's check the... Have the eggs cooled off? Probably not enough. I'm reluctant to start... they're cooled off enough. Cooled off enough. I'm reluctant to start on the soup, because when I start the soup, I want to be able to like measure and kind of think about it. So I want to like finish this egg salad first. I think this is probably good. So to start, let's give this a little stir. How am I doing? Okay, cool enough. Let me wash my hands. Wash my hands here. I don't know if Gwen or I is picking up Calvin today. That's probably a thing I should have asked her before she left. Let me text her. Because if I'm picking up Calvin, we need to move faster. Okay. Questions? Question has been asked. Okay. For this, I did say I wanted to do, I was thinking about doing both regular mustard and dry mustard. I think I'm just going to go with the dry mustard. Because what that allows me to do is put the mayonnaise in just so it's like the right consistency, and then flavor it instead of worrying about the like, oh, if I want more mustard flavor in here, it's going to add more liquid. So I think I'm just going to go with the dry mustard because I kind of like the idea of that. And I don't often use dry mustard in my recipes, so we'll do that. But let's see, what is the like ratio here? One portion equals 2.5 grams. What do you suppose a portion per portion? But like, what does a portion mean? With dry mustard, isn't there? Oh, here we go. Right. I forget. To make Coleman's mustard powder to serve as a simple condiment with food, only cold water should be used. Mix with equal quantity of water and allow 10 minutes standing time to allow the full flavor to develop. The water acts as a catalyst that helps yield the essential oil of mustard, which produces that unmistakable taste. A pinch or two of dry mustard will perk up a vinaigrette dressing, or it can be added to mayonnaise to make a tasty dip. Well, Gwen just walked in the door, so I guess my answer can be delivered in person. Okay, so one portion of this is 2.5 grams. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna measure 2.5 grams with a quarter teaspoon at a time, and we'll see what that entails. But let's get out the mayonnaise here as well. First, 1 tablespoon is 14 grams. Hello, Daisy. Daisy's back. Daisy's clearly been to the vet. She's got that like nervous dog breathe.
Yes, I can get him.
Okay. Okay, cool.
She did so good.
She did good?
They don't take them in the back anymore. You don't want them to. They'll do everything in the room.
What?
They give you the option. They said it's a new thing.
In the room, like in the main room?
In the exam room with you.
Oh, okay.
So she got taken with me.
Great.
Didn't flinch at all.
Shocking, not shocking.
And they took her in the back to take urine.
Okay. Good. But she's good?
Well, I'll get the urine and blood results back.
Yeah.
Oh, and they gave me some. Oh, hello, baby.
Daisy went to the vet. General maintenance checkup.
They gave me some Carprofor, which is for her. It's kind of like taking ibuprofen. She said it might help with her legs giving out.
Okay. Cool.
Arthritic pain.
Cool.
And if her blood work's normal, we can keep her on that.
Great. Sounds good. All the cats, literally all the cats just came down. So Gwen got home and all the cats are right here. Don't say that while you're over there. They're gonna try to jump on the counter. And... Yeah. Damn, Obi looks huge right now. Yeah, so if the cats really are, they're like, whenever they hear her enter the house, they just like, it's like, she's like the gravity.
My baby.
Yeah, there they are. Ash is like, me too. Yeah. Yeah. And they all came back. All right, so you're able to pick him up. Great. Okay. When you go, why don't you take this with you? Because he's going to ask you to go to Rita's, and literally there's an entire Rita's in here. So just take it with you, and it'll thaw by the time you get there. Well, get yours on the way. I already stopped and got you some, honey. Here it is.
Oh, I thought you were saying it for me. I got excited.
I didn't go anywhere. I haven't been anywhere. I mean, I'm here. Okay, bye. Okay. Logistical questions have been answered. We have Duke's mayonnaise here. Duke's is my personal new favorite mayonnaise. I forget when I first had it. It was a couple years ago, and I just haven't done anything else since. So Duke's it is. It's got paprika in it, which makes it like special. Okay, we're gonna tear this with the weight with the spoon in it, because what happens is when you stir it and things stick to the spoon and you hold the spoon up and it's got like a bunch of stuff on it, it changes the weight. Anyway, so we'll leave the spoon in there. Let's start with 4 tablespoons, which is a 1/4 cup of mayonnaise. Now they give this to you in grams on the side. 1 tablespoon is 14 grams. So 14 times 4 is 56. So we want 56 grams of mayonnaise to start. That might be enough, because as I said, I don't really love when it's super liquidy. So let's stir this in. We also need to add salt and pepper to this. Yeah, I want to really like evaluate whether that's enough, because what happens is I do this often where I'll add too much mayonnaise, or what I think is too much mayonnaise. So I think that for me, that consistency right there is about perfect. Now I'm going to season that and put some mustard, some dill, and salt, pepper, and see how it goes. 56 grams. Okay, so let's start with some salt. Let's start with a 1/2 teaspoon. No, I'm gonna start with a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. Anne says I love pickles and egg salad. Same. I would eat pickles and egg salad. I like pickles in a lot of things. And it's not even like, if we sort of like take a step back and look at it at like a macro level, it's not always the pickle that I'm not my sense is it's not always the pickle that's the thing. It's just vinegar. It's like something acidic. So I bet if you love pickles and egg salad, you would probably also just enjoy a splash of like white vinegar or apple cider vinegar. The pickles obviously are delicious in and of themselves, and the crunch adds an element to it. I do think there's a level of just vinegar that's important there too. Okay, dry mustard. Let's do 1/2 teaspoon of dry mustard. We're going to tear the scale so that I can see how many grams this is. Probably 0, 1. And then dill, I'm going to do 1/2 teaspoon of dry mustard, or of dry dill as well. Rice vinegar. Ooh, I kind of love that too. No, I'm going to do 1/4 teaspoon of dill, because if I put too much, I can't take it out. And 1/4 teaspoon, now that I'm looking at it, I'm glad I did that. Okay, let's mix this in. Pepper. So this is a very small amount of egg salad. I should have Gwen come taste this. She's the one that loves egg salad. She's the one that is always asking for egg salad. So I think when she comes down, I need to get her to test this. Okay, that's going to be plenty of pepper. So let's do a quarter. No, I want to do like an eighth of a teaspoon of pepper. Again, I can't take it out. I can add more if I need it though. Okay. So everybody is pepper 1/8. Okay. Let's mix this in. I am really super certain that I'm going to need to add more of probably all of those things, but we're going to try this first and see where we're at. I'm guessing more salt. Always more salt. Oh shit. More mustard. Definitely more mustard in that. All right, I put a half a teaspoon of mustard in there. I'm gonna add another quarter. Mix that in. I think I'm gonna need more than that, but let's mix that in first. Oh my god, fellas. Your body's not used to taking that kind of relaxation in the middle of the day, maybe. Are you feeling better now though? Yeah, another quarter. Okay, so ultimately, this is going to be a whole teaspoon of mustard. Awkward way they had you lay down. Yeah, and you're laying there for like a while too. I get that. Whenever you're in one position for a while, it's like blood like pools or like sits in one area of your body, right? It's sort of like, and then you get that feeling when you stand back up of like all of it like releasing. That is tasty. I feel like I need no, I was gonna say I feel like I need more pepper, but I just got an aftertaste of pepper. I don't think I need more pepper. I think I'm gonna add more dill. I'm gonna add another quarter teaspoon of dill. I think that'll be good. Speaking of going to the doctor, Daisy's over here hydrating. Daisy went to the vet this afternoon. She did not have to. She probably also had to lay in an awkward position, but when they take urine samples from dogs, they use a needle and stick it directly in and pull it right out of the bladder. Weird shit. All right, that needs a little bit more salt too. If I add more salt to this and it's too salty, I'm gonna be fucking annoyed because it's really good right now. But I feel like a little extra salt would be. Again, this is all per my taste. So Gwen's gonna eat this and be like, it needs so much more mayonnaise. She's gonna say it needs more mayonnaise. Watch. You watch. I'm gonna have her come down and try. No, that's good. Okay. That is quite good. This is also still a little bit like room temperature. So I think that's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it needed the extra little bit of salt. I really don't. I think it needed half of that bit of salt. So I think what this actually needs is, see what's up from a quarter. It needs 3/8 of a teaspoon of salt. But I think that 3/8 of a teaspoon is a kind of a jerk amount to put in a recipe. So what I would say, I think, is a quarter teaspoon of salt and then season it to taste. A little bit under, and then season it and bring it up to what you want. Peanuts as a snack, and I love raw and roasted nuts of any variety as a snack, except peanuts and almonds and some other nuts that make me die. But roasted nuts as a snack are kind of amazing. Yeah, the salt. Fellas, can you do like, do you do like veggie straw type of chips, that type of thing? The non potatoy situation. Veggie straws, let me like qualify that question with the fact that veggie straws are not the same as potato chips and they're not as satisfying. Kill a person for smoked almonds. Excellent. I really love pistachios. I recently, within the past year, found out that I was not allergic to pistachios after thinking that I was allergic to pistachios. And what a revelation that has been. Okay, when Gwen comes down, we're going to ask her to try this. And my bet, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to write down that's the feedback that I'm going to get. I'm betting you. Keep a variety of different nuts on hand. Hell yeah. Pistachios, for me, pistachios and pecans are my favorite, like, snacking nut. Although cashews are also excellent. I feel like cashews are super smooth, and then when you're like eating them and all of a sudden you've had 7 pounds of pistachios and you're like, oh, oops. The chickpeas with sea salt, and yes, I'm into that. I like chickpeas, but I feel like I've tried to make the roasted ones myself several times and they've never turned out like exactly the way I want them to. I think I need to do them like slower and lower in the oven than I have. Phoenix, welcome in. Welcome. Happy Thursday. What are my notes for this egg loaf egg salad? Mix well. The air fryer would be great. I recently used a countertop oven, like, you know, you just like, not the big oven, but like a little countertop one. And I'm like, I know I've talked about this so many times on stream, but I'm almost there. I'm almost to the point where it's worth getting one because of things like cooking
like 2 individual chicken thighs in 15 minutes. Magic. Like magic. And when you're not heating the whole house. It'd also be really good for cookies. Like when I want to make like 4 cookies at night from my giant bag of cookies. The thing that stops me from making more cookies out of that giant bag is heating the oven and having it like come up to temperature, all that. And then like the house is hot and it's like, it's just kind of annoying. But a little countertop oven, I can set it 350, put the cookies in there, and like 10 minutes later they're done. Amazing. Y'all air fry cookies? Is that a thing? I want to get one of the ovens though on the like the countertop situations. That's an oven like you can bake, you can toast, and you can air fry. All of those at the same time. Because I don't want to have separate appliances. I want like an all-in-one. And I know that they make them. I know there's like a couple good ones out there. But yeah, I made like chicken thighs in a countertop oven. And it took 20 minutes, like literally 20 minutes from turning the oven on to like pulling them out. And I was sold. I was sold. Obviously not that sold. I didn't go out and buy one immediately, but like it just added validation to a thing that I have already had in mind. You can have things going at different temperatures. Phoenix, that's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. You can roast things quickly in there. And I run into that with the oven sometimes where I'll be cooking and like I'll be streaming and I'll have to like think, okay, which thing am I going to make first? Right? Like which is the usually I make the lower temperature thing first. But like if I'm on a day where I'm making like pizza and I want to like bake, like cook a piece of chicken to go on top of the pizza, I could like keep my oven preheating at 550 and then just cook that on the counter. So it is a thing. So Flip, you have one with a bake setting. Fellas says throw the chickpeas in the air fryer, add your favorite seasoning or salt, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, and that's like, I've struggled to make good homemade, like dried, like roasted chickpeas. I've tried it. I feel like I've made them on stream before and they've just come out poorly. But again, I think that I'm not drying them out enough. Like I'm cooking them too high a temp and then they're like burning before the inside is dry. So they get chewy or they stay sort of chewy on the inside. Okay. So this is direction 1. This is direction 2. I want to go back. Hold on. We were talking about the 5-5-5 method of the thing. 5 minutes high pressure, baking soda. And did I see how much baking soda you said? A teaspoon of baking soda. Okay, cool. So not all that much baking soda. Okay, I just want to I want to note that method down because that's a good one if you're not into the whole egg loaf thing, which I don't know why you wouldn't be. Okay, I feel like this egg salad recipe is good. My notes on the side. Oh, I didn't write how many eggs I had. That was 8 eggs. Okay. Will I be posting it? I might. At some point, I am going to just share my recipes, like all the stuff that I work on. At some point soon, because I've been asked a bunch of times. That kind of thing. I feel like I could probably
post the finalized recipe without posting like a URL to it in general. Like, I've considered doing that before. Functionally, once I submit these recipes, they are no longer owned by me, which is kind of fun. Not really that fun, but they are recipes for hire. At some point, I'll post a URL to like the thing, a cookbook PDF. I've considered it. But like, I'm a level with you. The imposter syndrome is like stupid and real, and I don't know. I don't think I have like a narrative format for my recipes. Whenever I pitch new recipes for something, right? It's just like whatever seasonal thing I'm interested in making in that moment. It's not. There's not a lot of commonality between them. I guess the commonality between everything that I've been writing recently is that it is easy. What's the word? Simple. It's not complicated. It's like I try, like when I cook for just myself, when I'm not writing a recipe, I would add like that egg salad would have like 17 things in it. It would have like 4 different seasonings in it, and you know, but I try to keep things like really streamlined for the folks that I've been working for recently. Okay. And then it's all in the notebook. So this recipe, the 3-pea soup, when did I even think about? When did I make this? Let's see. There it is. Wait, no. That's a different one. I liked that recipe. I pitched this soup several times. Parsnips, turnips, celery, leeks, carini mushrooms, orzo, lemon, chicken thighs, spinach greens. Here we go. 3-pea soup. I made this in January. You know how I know? 'Cause it's dated right there. And it says 3-pea soup. So this one is actually, I definitely just made this up. You know what's annoying? When you have a family recipe that you've been like making for a long time, and I've done this a couple times, where I'm like, oh, this is like a great recipe. You know, like my mom made this. Whatever. I don't know where it came from. Like it's, you know, it came from the past, right? And you like, when you're starting to like write a recipe and you're like, I want to make this my own. If you're using a recipe that was like a handed down family recipe, sometimes those are not attributable anywhere. Like they're not written down anywhere. It's like, it really is just someone's own recipe that they've been making for a while. But sometimes you put all the ingredients in to Google and you find the literal exact recipe that was like your family's recipe for like 40 years for this one specific dish, and it turns out that it's like fucking Betty Crocker or like The Joy of Cooking or like, I don't even know, some it's like the chocolate chip cookie recipe from the back of the package, right? Like the Toll House recipe that hasn't changed in 40 friggin' years. That's funny. That's happened to me a couple times. The caramel corn that I made recently, I did that. I plugged those ingredients in to just like to confirm, like, hey, where did this recipe come from? Turns out it came from a specific brand of corn syrup. And it was like the literal exact recipe that I had. Amounts, verbiage, time, all of it. All right, we're going to take a quick break before we start in on the rest of this soup. Here's the deal.
We do 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. We do 2 games of Words on stream. We're going to start that now. I'm going to clear out the sink, and we'll be right back to work on our 3P soup. Hang out. I'll see you in just a moment. Please,
Hi.
I'll get back.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials
Okay.
I Hate.
Sink is in progress. All right. We just need to put some things away now. Yay. We're at the point in stream where it's been long enough that the dishes that I did at the beginning on our like first or second brick break are finished. They're dry and ready to be put away. Perfect. Okay. When Gwen comes down, we need to remember to ask her to try some of this egg salad. Daisy, don't let me forget. She's like, I want to try some egg salad. I know, babe. I bet you would love to try some egg salad. I just toss it on the floor for you. You'd lap it right up. Yes, she would. Loading the dishwasher. All right, one more. One more. Hey, did that come in under the wire? I feel like that one, I feel like it did. That was a board, right? Yeah. Excellent. Good work, y'all. I heard it. I heard it go. All right. We are working. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Finishing up some dishes. If you're on Twitch, welcome back. I appreciate your patience. I know that ads are not everyone's favorite. And yet we persist because we must. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for dealing with the ads as we go through. Tatsu, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for your contributions to the Words on Stream meta. We have just a few. One more guest left. Everybody's got one more guess. Is that right? One more? Yes. One more guess coming in. So we're gonna finish up this round. Gwen should be off here in just a moment. I'm gonna get her to taste the egg salad before she leaves. And then we'll be ready for our next round. Not our next round. We'll be ready for our next recipe. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for finishing a game there. Come on out of the ad screen. Let's not do that again for at least another hour. Memonique, welcome in. welcome in. I should mention, for those of y'all who are lurking, thank you. I appreciate you. It's really lovely that you just like to hang out. I have a lot of love for the lurkers. I should also mention that if you are the type of person who is a lurker and you're not currently following the channel, I would love to mention to you that follows are silent. There is no alerts, there's no chat messages, there's no sounds, and I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button unless you say hi in chat. Jung Fu, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hold on, here.
Yes, okay. I have egg salad that I would like you to take a small taste test of and give me your feedback. This will be the feedback. Okay. You ready? A thumbs up.
Yeah.
I'll take a thumbs up. Any notes?
I like the egg chunks to be a little bigger.
Bigger egg chunks. Okay.
But otherwise, no.
No?
No.
Great.
Yeah.
We did it.
No problem.
It's just salty enough, she says. Okay. It passed the test. It passed the test. And I was wrong. So that's good. I made an assumption about what your feedback was going to be. What did you think I think it was going to be? What's your feedback always? And okay. More mayo. More mayo. I thought you would say it needs more mayo. That can't be liquidy. See, we know. We know. The chunk thing, I agree with you on. I think that it has smaller chunks because I stirred it multiple times trying to get the flavor balance correct. So I had that, I did have that thought as I was like doing it.
Pick him up like.
Yeah, he likes to be picked up at 4. That's what
No, that was an option.
his request yesterday was, can you pick me up at 4? And he was specific. Okay, bye. Oh yeah, well we did it. We did the egg salad and it is Gwen approved. That is good. Often, so a lot of my, oh, hold on. Shit. She's getting in the car. Search for. Okay, we did it. Sorry, I know that my phone is still connected to the Bluetooth in the car. Whenever Gwen gets in the car, we like to play the duck song. So the sound command. Ah, there it is. It just connected. Crumblish, welcome in. The sound command, Sofa, you may note. Go ahead and throw the fucking duck song in the car. Oh my god, sorry, not sorry. I'm fucking dying.
Just beeping. She just gave me the finger out the window. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. My fucking stomach hurts from laughing. Sorry. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta. You just gotta. It's the little things. It is the little things. You know, my phone isn't always connected to the Bluetooth in the car. But when it is... But when it is... Oh my god. I'm so satisfied right now. I'm so satisfied with myself. That was almost as satisfying as getting the egg salad correct. Almost. I'm sorry. I don't even remember what we were talking about. Sophia says the child requests specific times. 4:39, 4:31. Calvin yesterday morning was like, he was like, you come between like 4:15 and 4:30 when you pick me up, and I was like, yeah. And he was like, it's really boring at the end of the camp day. Can you just get me at 4? And I was like, oh, I thought they were finished at 4:15. And he was like, no, it's over at 4. And I was like, okay, no problem. No problem. 4 p.m. it is. Holy shit. Wow, that was so good. I feel so good about myself. I also, she's gonna yell at me. I'm gonna get yelled at, and that's fine. And I absolutely deserve it. I need a beverage. What are we drinking? Poppy. Lemon lime. All right. We've done 2 recipes today. We are going to do a third. We're going to finish a third. This one's an easier one, I think. That's me knocking on wood. I think this is an easier one because we have... it's just documenting a process. Like, the ingredients are pretty straightforward. Broth, onion, garlic, carrot. I just need to like figure out the volumes of each of these and the weights and all of that. Wind down time between 4:30 and 5:30. That's the wind down time for the counselors. It's not for the children. That's when they're like, all right, we're done with you. Shut up. Stop talking to us, please. Stop making noise, children. Children, time to stop making noise now. Okay, so if your camp is from 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night, that's like working parent heaven. Holy crap. But yeah, that's a long day for kids. That's longer than a school day. Right? I'm flexible with my schedule generally, so I don't really have an issue with like doing pickup. I was planning on doing pickup today, but that's why I asked Gwen. I was like, are you able to do it? Because if she was like, no, I can't, I have to work more this afternoon, then like stream would be over right now. And we would just do this recipe the next time. But it's not. And because she's so nice and kind and generous to me, she got to hear the duck song. Lots of parents need the care. For me, a lot of our camps end up being, it's like an extra charge for before care and an extra charge for aftercare. So they get you coming and they get you going. And then obviously they charge you for the camp itself. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. For this soup, going to use, let's cut up the carrot. No. Here's what we're going to do first. We're going to have a silent belch that if I wasn't mic'd up would have been a lot louder. Excuse me. I'm going to drain the chickpeas and drain the black-eyed peas, and we're going to figure out what they weigh without the can. Or without, like, I'm going to drain them, and then what is the weight of the drained chickpeas weigh? Because that I want to have a roughly equal amount of chickpeas, carrots, black-eyed peas, and split peas. Now the split peas I'm not going to be able to determine really because they're dry and they're not cooked yet. So I can't really do that, but we're gonna kind of eyeball it and we'll see how that goes. So let's do that. We're gonna drain the chickpeas. We're gonna save the liquid. I'm gonna save the liquid from both because it's thick. And instead of adding water, you can just add the liquid from the can. Now, when I write the recipe, I'm going to just say to dump the can with the water into the pot. For our purpose, I want to figure out how much the chickpeas outside of the water, the aquafaba phoenix, yes, exactly. I want to figure out how much they weigh. So that's the purpose of the weighing. That is the purpose of the weighing. And we're going to use 3 equal sized bowls so that I can just tare my scale once and it'll be the same for all the bowls. So I can just like interchange the bowls on the scale. Tassi, there probably is a drained weight written on the can. I like to confirm it just in general. So these are 15.5 ounce cans. It says servings per container. So 3.5 servings. So I would assume that the serving size is the dry weight. So if I was to multiply that serving size times, it says 3.5 per container, so 123 grams times 3.5 is 430. Now this is 439 grams in the can. So effectively, I don't think that's a good measure. This brand, these are Goya brand, do not, that one doesn't. This one does not. This one does not. Again, this one also just has the servings per container. So let's see, 122 times 3.5, 427. Yeah, 12 grams would be aquafaba. So essentially not these. So I'm going to make sure that I know, I'm going to make sure I know that. So we're gonna do this. we're going to start this process. Ooh, these are black-eyed peas. Yeah, see, this is definitely more than 13 grams worth of aquafaba in here. And I want to be able to give the amount of black-eyed peas, like I want to be able to give the amount of just the peas anyway, in case someone has a level of, like, you know, they have dried black-eyed peas and they want to use those. I don't know. Okay, so enjoy your popping out. I'll probably be here when you get back, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that was range. Liquid was 140 grams. What's that in ounces? 4.95. Because the other thing too is if you're using a if you're using something that's not a can, right? Since I'm using the liquid from this, I also want to be able to say, you know, I'm adding 10 ounces of liquid to this, right? Which is, yeah, I'm adding 10 ounces of liquid to this, a cup and a quarter worth of liquid. So like if you have beans but not canned, you're going to want that liquid to be made up somehow with water, stock, whatever. So I'm trying to account for how much total volume of liquid is going in here, in addition to the weight of the beans. Like I'm really making it far more granular than any recipe. I'm making it far more granular than it will be in its final version, final form. Because I'm trying to make sure that if I go back and I'm like, oh, that was too thick. You know, why was it thick? Well, because I added 10 ounces of aquafaba versus draining these first and adding 10 ounces of broth instead. So I'm trying to make sure I know where all of the little tiny things that I could tweak to make it different in the process, where they exist, and I know how to do that and say that. I hope that makes sense. Mike, I love the details too. Surprisingly, I do love the details. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing for the, wait, hold on. I did not note how many, I didn't note how much these weighed. So drained, these were 286 grams and 10.1 ounces. So let's see, what's 286 plus 140? 426. What's the total weight of this can? 439, it says. And we have a bean and a little bit of residual left in there. So we're pretty close. Okay, we're going to zero this out again. We're going to do the same thing with the chickpeas. Now, for me, I kind of love using the dried version of all of these in this recipe and letting this simmer for like a couple hours and just continuing to add water to it. That is not very weeknight friendly though. Okay. So this is should be about the same liquid wise. And it is 148. The last one was 140, so I'm close enough. How many ounces is that? 5.2. Now drained. $288 grams. The split peas were 200, or black-eyed peas were 286. So it's basically exactly the same. Okay, so I've got my ingredients. We're just documenting the weight. We're documenting the weight of everything, the weight and serving, the weight and volume of everything. And then once we have all of the ingredients prepped, we'll document the process and timing for cooking. And I'm just rinsing these cans as I go, so I can not, again, just I'm trying to keep the sink clear today. We've done a really good job. Getting all the sink stuff. Belly flops, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior, in fact. I'd like to be optimistic. Okay. Let's do the split peas. It's going to measure these. So the total on this package is 454 grams. Total is 2 cups in here, 2 cups worth of peas. I think maybe a half a cup of these is going to be about the right amount. So ultimately I want there to be the same amount of carrots of all the ingredients. I want it to be an equal number. I'm thinking about eating this, by the way, and I'm thinking of the loaf of bread that's in my freezer that I want to get out so that I can cut it up later to have with dinner. Okay. Servings per container. So a serving of peas is a 1/4 cup. I'm using a can of chickpeas and a can of black-eyed peas, each of which says it has 3.5 servings in it. So from the dry split peas, let's do 3/4 cups, which is 3 servings, roughly. I think that's how I'm going to think about this. I'm going to use the same number of because this is like these are dry, these are hydrated. I can't do weight, I can't do anything else. So we'll do it that way. We can do weight, and we're going to do weight, but it'll be weight per servings. Okay. Yeah, because the goal is an equal volume of all of the ingredients. Okay, so a 1/4 cup, 35 grams. Let's see if that's true. Okay, I also want to check these for rocks and like little pieces of, I don't know, non-pea stuff, which is, I don't know. I don't often find stuff in here, but it really does. It really is annoying to get a dish that has a literal rock in it because you didn't take the like 45 seconds to check for rocks in your dried beans. All right, that's 50 grams. This says a quarter cup is 35 grams, so we're a little off. Hold on. Let's take, just for the sake of experimentation, we're going to see. Okay, so that's 35 grams in there right now. Let's pour this back into the cup measure, and we'll see where that ends up. Because I'm curious. That's what they say a quarter cup is. Now, here's what I think. I think that maybe as they age, they continue to dry. And as they continue to dry, maybe they continue to lose volume. So I'm going to go with the actual quarter cup measure versus the weight on the bag. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Roughly the same number. Hopefully, this ends up being about the same volume of chickpeas and split peas and black-eyed peas, thusly our 3-pea soup. Okay, wait, let's write that down though. What was that? That was 3/4 cup dry, 150 grams, 5.35 ounces. Okay. Garlic, carrot, onion are the other ingredients that have to be prepped beforehand. So we'll do that. Put these split peas back in the cabinet. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. My family's gonna be like, what are you making? Are you fucking kidding me? You're making soup for dinner tonight? 100,000 degrees outside. Yes. Soup. Cutting board. Let's do the carrots first. Now, I want roughly the same weight of carrots that I have of the beans, the chickpeas, and the black-eyed peas. So we're going to cut one at a time. I'm not going to peel the carrot because I just hate peeling carrots. It seems pointless to me. They have delicious, clearly edible skin on them, so why not eat it? I am going to rinse this off though. I am going to rinse this off because I don't know. Got it from the farmer's market, but you know, that was a week ago. And let's rinse this one too in case we need the second one. I don't think I'm going to need the second one, but we'll see. I would say, if we're talking about sizing here, that this is a large carrot. It's not a medium carrot, generally. So let's see. We'll start with 142 grams. Carrot whole. Nice. 142 grams. How many ounces is that? 5.0. Perfect. Dragonheart, redeemed, catch me up. Catch me up is the redeem, where if you are wanting to know what we were doing and what we've been up to on stream, you redeem it. So what have we done today? We've done quite a lot today, actually. We've worked on, this is the third recipe we're doing. The first recipe we did were these apple oat cheddar cookies. They are here. They look like this. They're breakfast cookies, lunch cookies, whatever the fuck you want to eat them cookies. They have Granny Smith apples, oats, sharp cheddar cheese, raisins, brown sugar, vanilla extract, flour, baking powder, the one in the can, not the box. They also have an egg and applesauce in them. So no oil. We use applesauce in these. I would not say they're like healthy cookies, but I would definitely like give these to my kid for breakfast. They don't have a lot. There's not a ton of sugar in here. So you could also, I just came across a good idea. I could substitute honey for the brown sugar in here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna write that down because I often forget about the honey substitute. Maybe we'll try that in a batch. Sub honey for bee sugar? Question mark? Maybe. Anyway, that's what we did first. We did that. More before that, though, we just kind of talked about all the recipes. Lots of talking. It's a stream. There's lots of talking. Surprise. So we made those. We documented everything. I have lots of notes. Here they are. We made notes. We did our homework. So we made those. Then we made an egg loaf, egg salad. That looks like this. It's very simple. This is eggs, mayonnaise, dried mustard, not liquid mustard, dry mustard, dry dill, salt, kosher salt, and black pepper. It's called an egg loaf, egg salad, because you make the eggs in an Instant Pot. You crack all the eggs into a bowl, you cook them in the Instant Pot, and then you just cut up the like solid chunk of hard-boiled egg that comes out of it. There's no peeling the shells. There's no wondering whether or not it's done. You can literally see it, and if it needs more time, you just put it in for another minute. So we did that. I made a bunch of notes on that. We fed a sample of it to my partner, and she loved it. And we're happy about that. And now we're working on a soup. It is a 3P soup. So named because it is the perfect pantry powerhouse of split peas, chickpeas, and black-eyed peas. So that's where we're at. Hopefully you're all caught up. In the middle of that, we saw some of the cats come around. We saw all 3 cats on stream today so far. We'll probably see them again. My partner got in the car to pick up our son, and I played the duck song on the Bluetooth speaker in the car. And then she came into chat and yelled at me about it. And I think I might have hurt one of my abdominal muscles laughing over it. And that's where we're at. We're making soup. we've done, we've drained several different we've drained, we've measured. Now we are cutting up carrots, and that's where we are. Welcome in, or welcome, generally speaking. A note for anyone who's lurking and not following. Follows are free. We love followers here. We love new followers here. And if you are not currently following and you're nervous about what happens when you hit the follow button, I'm going to tell you that nothing happens. Days. Hey, Carrot. Carrot. Daisy's deaf. My dog is now deaf, which is sad, because for years on stream you could be like, Carrot, and she would literally come running from anywhere in the house. Now here she is, a deaf old girly pop who has a love for carrots, and we're gonna give her a carrot. I am also going to make the adjustment. I'm going to take off the weight of the carrot that I just cut off of there, 140 grams. Okay, it's 2 grams. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Loss. Yeah, if you want to follow, please hit the follow button. You could say hi in chat if you're chatty and feel like talking and identifying yourself. And if not, just feel free to hang out. So there is always room. There's always room to follow. And I always hate it when I follow. I hate it when I follow a new channel. And this is just a personal thing. I don't really care that people have stuff like this. DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. I always hate when I follow a new channel and like an alert pops up, a sound plays, and then the person stops what they're doing to stream and like says hi to me by name. It makes me feel called out and odd. Anyway, whenever I find a new streamer that I want to follow, I will just wait until someone else follows them and see what happens. Or then they'll stop streaming and they'll go offline and I'll just follow them then. Because, I like to leave tabs open on my computer. Do you want to see Daisy get a carrot? You want to see my dog get a carrot? We've seen a lot of the cats recently. This is a dog. This is Daisy. Daisy is about to be 13 years old. She is she's an elder dog. Daisy just went to the vet today. She got blood drawn. She had a urine drawn. She got medicine that's like for helping with her hips and her joints. We're not going to make Daisy do tricks today because she was a good girl at the vet. We're just going to give her, look at the gentle, oh so gentle. Daisy's also on several different, she's on 2 different anti-anxiety and calming medications right now. So if you note how literal calm she is, look at how gentle. Days, I know, I got you. There you go. No tricks. No tricks today. You can just have carrots. You can just have the carrots, honey bun. Yeah, she is a very good dog. Most of the time. There you are. We got one more. Can you hear? No, there's nothing in this hand. This hand has it. Last one, okay? Last piece. There you go. Oh, no. Okay. There we go. There's a good girl. That's a good dog. We're done, though. That's it. We don't have any more. Daisy's big day at the vet. She's so calm right now because because in order to take her to the vet, she gets medicated, like starting the night before. She has some pretty hefty anti-anxiety meds that she gets to take the night before she goes to the vet. And that way, when she arrives at the vet, she's very calm. Right? We're done. See, hey. Good girl. Okay, she knows. She knows that we're finished. There she goes. That's it. She was heading upstairs, and now she may continue to head upstairs. But she is definitely finished. That is the last we're going to see of Daisy today. She's leaving the room. Baba Chica, she is pretty healthy for her age. Should wash my hands. She's also, you know, her health is she's at the point where she could quite quickly take a turn based on some underlying things that she has going on. So we are all just like happy for the days that we have with Daisy. She is a pit bull. Guava Chica, she's a pit. She's she'll be 13 this fall. She'll be 13 in October. We think October roughly is her birthday. She was adopted on New Year's Day, or New Year's Eve rather. And she was already like, you know, no longer. She was still very much a puppy when she was adopted, but she was not like a little teeny puppy anymore. But she is very sweet. She's definitely very sweet. She is the type of dog that she's very not confrontational. She's not aggressive. She does not, the only confrontation she has is in her head, when someone knocks on the door. Then she's like, barks like fucking crazy. But she doesn't do that anymore because she can't hear the door getting knocked on. So I think her life has improved measurably. After losing her hearing, I think has been good for her because she's a lot calmer. Not that it's great, but like she's calmer. She's literally calmer. Dragonheart, your dog is also an anti-anxiety and calming medication and pain meds and allergy meds. Yeah. I feel like she's been on anti-anxiety meds forever. When we adopted her and she was very young, the people that we adopted her from were like, you know, I hope this dog has separation anxiety. And they were right. He does. And she's always been like pretty high strung. So yeah. Wish pit bulls weren't illegal. Yeah, people very much sort of villainize pit bulls. And, you know, if you train them to be aggressive, surprise, they're gonna be aggressive. And the thing is that they really are quite strong. And they're very driven. They're very like dedicated. Once they're like, you know, when they're like chasing something, they're gonna catch that thing. If they're locked onto something, like they're not gonna let it go easily. So they are if you like have a pit bull and they're trained to like fight and bite and be aggressive, like they are pretty good at it. But like, for example, I've never, not once ever had a concern about like this dog around a child, mine specifically. Like when Calvin, our son, was, you know, a brand new baby infant, zero concerns. Not zero, you're always concerned, but like I was more concerned with the cat that we had, one of the cats that we had at that point than I was about Daisy. So yeah. All right, so we're cutting carrots, by the way. The whole carrot. Now we're going to dice. We're going to small dice this. Again, we're just trying to get everything to be roughly the same size. That's the goal. Carrot, chickpeas, black-eyed peas, split peas. Now the split peas won't be the same size initially, but they will rehydrate. So, am I teared? I am teared. Okay, 63. I want roughly, let's see, the canned chickpeas and the black-eyed peas were both about 280 grams. And so I'm going to see how close I can. What's one carrot worth? And if I double that number, is it about 280? I think it will be. Something around there. 63. That's 135 grams. That's perfect. Okay, so let's just carry on. We're going to do 2 carrots. I'm going to do 2 carrots in here. There's a pun in there somewhere about carroting on, but we're not going to make that today. There we go. Okay, that's 2 large carrots, small dice, and we're going to end up at 250 grams. So we're only 30 grams off from the chickpeas and the black-eyed peas, which is great. Let's go 8.85 ounces. And then for this, I need to note that this is 2 carrots. I also want to measure cups, volume here, because we don't always have weight. But this should be just about 2. That is roughly 2 cups of carrots. Okay, roughly 2 cups of carrots. Beautiful. Let's get our onion done. I feel like I had to sneeze. It's my superhero pose. Or villain pose? Whatever. Thought I had to sneeze. I don't. Judo, hello, welcome. No, not quite blessings yet. We're almost. Oh, thought I did. Did not. It'll come later. Yeah, wait till the onion hits, Mike. I know, right? I know. All right, onion. This is a pretty large onion. So let's see. Onion is whole, 329 grams. And that is 11.6 ounces. Carrot, onion. Okay. We're going to finish dicing the onion. We're going to dice the onion, weigh the onion, dice the garlic, weigh the garlic. Then we're going to take a quick break for some words on stream and a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And then we're going to actually start the cooking process. Jewel, welcome in. Chickpeas and beans. Yes, we're doing chickpeas, black-eyed peas, and split peas, carrot, onion, garlic, aquafaba, and vegetable broth. Judo asked, why are we weighing out everything so meticulously? I am writing a recipe for this. So this is a commercial recipe. It is work related. And so I am just keeping track of all of the details so that later, if I need to adjust something, I know exactly where I can adjust. So for example, the recipe is just going to be like a can of chickpeas, dump them into the pot. But I have a weight for the dry chickpeas and a weight for the aquafaba. Because if it's like too thick, right, I want to be able to say, well, don't, drain the chickpeas and then use stock instead of saying, just dump the can in, because the aquafaba is thicker than stock. So, we're trying to keep everything in front of us. Okay. Hello. Oh, look at that shirt. That's nice. I like the color of that too. Cool. Looks good. That's for the thing tomorrow, yeah? Awesome. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah? Okay. Tatsu, I prefer recipes by weight too. I always would rather have a weight for something. But I think for most things you need to do. Okay, thank you. Welcome home. Hello.
Welcome home.
Yeah?
I know you've been home, but you are welcome in this home.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Good to see you.
Hello. Isn't he cute?
Yeah. Yeah. Now he's gonna go upstairs and feed his brain with a bunch of non-cute bullshit. Yeah. Dinner's not ready yet, so we'll have to wait for that. I know. I thought you were awing about the dinner not being ready. He was not. I don't even know what time it is. Oh, it's 4:30. Okay. We're gonna eat now. It's bedtime. Bedtime. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll be ready. What the fuck was that look?
Nothing. Don't look at me.
I looked at you.
Are these chocolate chip?
I looked at you looking at those with that look on your face, and then I asked you what the fuck was that look.
I don't want that.
Okay.
Sue me.
I can't sue you. Whatever. Okay. And yes, those are chocolate chip. Kitty.
Kiss her.
Softest cat.
That thing you know, it really gets in the way. It's okay, I'm leaving. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving. Bye.
There's a cat. This is Elsie. Oh, no.
Ah,
Hold her in the middle. She
seen her.
wants to be the star. She wants to be the star. There you go. She's like, what's on the counter?
No.
So I've made it back from Canadian Tire. Did y'all know that Canadian Tire is not just a tire store? It's kind of amazing. I had no idea. Their logo is weird too. It looks like a yield sign. Sparkling Jewel, how did he like the Cheeto mac and cheese? Liked it well enough. I think they were both surprised that there were Cheetos on it. I think the overall feedback was that it was a little bit salty, because it was, but we know how to correct for that next time. I didn't plan for the fact that the Cheetos were also deeply salty. He did turn the knife around, Judo. I like that you noticed that. He turned the knife around because he went to cooking camp earlier this summer, and is now has strong opinions about how the kitchen operates, which is great. It has not translated quite yet into him wanting to take over anything, but I didn't anticipate that it would. So, yeah, Elsie was very curious about what was happening here. So, the other one, Obi. Yes, you. Obi is on the table over here. He's looking at me. I moved the stool that they like to jump on to get onto the counter so that they can't get on here as easily. And so they've decided that they like to sit on the table and watch. Okay, I am dicing an onion. I don't know that I want all of this onion in here. I don't think that I do. We'll see. We'll see how much a small or a half the onion is. I feel like what I want out of the onion is half as much as the other ingredients. I think. We'll see. Gen Z apprentices. Yeah, he's whatever the most recent gen is. He is 10 years old as of Tuesday. Tuesday was Calvin's birthday. He turned 10. And he is definitely 10. Broccoli, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. It is, Judo, it is good. He does have the right mindset. And yeah, the thing with the knife, that's definitely gonna stay in his head. Because it has, clearly. I think his generation is Gen Alpha. Which I don't really know why or what that means, but there he is. All right, we're at 145 grams. 145 times 2 is 290. So, do I want more onions than that? Twinderella says he would be an alpha. He's right on the cusp. Yeah. I stopped paying attention to the generations. I am a millennial. That much I know. Judah says, I have no kids, but I'm supposed to raise other folks' almost adult ones. Ugh. The best part about that is hopefully you don't have to deal with them in the evening. Zennial. What is even a zennial? I don't know what that You don't need to answer that if it gives away anything. But like Zennial is like between X and millennial. Am I reading this correctly? Judo, can I ask you a parenting question? Sure. I reserve the right not to answer it, but you can ask. I am going to cut the second half of this onion, because this is a very savory soup, and I think the onion will be good. Second wave boomer, which is not as bad as people think. Now, belly flops, you're a millennial, 94. Okay. I feel like not recently, but I kind of love the like distinction that some millennial folks make between like millennial and elder millennial, which I'm always like, I don't know if I want to be elder. I don't know if I want to be an elder or anything. But it is fascinating. I was born in 84, so I'm like right at the beginning of whatever. I'm right at the beginning of the millennial scenario. Darla on YouTube says, are the onions making you cry? Yes. Yes. Actually. I can feel it. I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it real hard. Oregon Trail generation. Hell yeah. That's right. That's why I make jokes about dysentery. Because I know that shit ain't funny. Back before you could save the game. Insane. All right. 273 grams. How many ounces is that? 9.6. That's going to be roughly 2 cups as well. Okay, so I'm going to answer this question, maybe. I think. I didn't read it yet. We're going to chop this garlic, and then we're going to take a little break here for some words on stream before we get to the cooking. The cooking aspect of this. Yeah, this is roughly 2 cups as well. So we're on track. We have basically an equal amount of all of our ingredients, which is kind of nice. That appeals to me. We're not going to have 2 cups worth of garlic as much as I'd love to make that happen. That's not the case. Judith says, imagine your kid got their first actual job and they blatantly tell the superiors they want to go home early so they can enjoy the sun in their pool in the backyard on the second day of work. How would you want the workplace to handle it? How would I want the workplace to handle it? Direct answer, I would probably want the workplace to handle it whatever was in their policies and procedures manual. I feel like I sort of understand the thing, but I would also be like to him, I would be like, yo, you need to learn how to just request a sick day. So here's my thought. They asked to go home. My personal thought is your superiors don't need to know why you want to go home. None of their fucking business. I do think, though, that if there is a mechanism by which you have time available to you to go home, that you can use it, right? I think that if it creates an undue burden on some other people, that the workplace is probably going to handle that in a specific way. I think on the second day, I would probably be like, why are you doing that? Like, you kind of need to you're just getting encultured into this workplace. Like it's important to continue learning or whatever. One of the entire schedule to be shifted. I mean, when you're imposing on other people, I feel like Tornella says it's a right to work state. They can fire you for anything, so stop giving them reasons. Yeah. I mean, in my sense, I'm like, you know, people leave work or cut work or call out sick or whatever for like all sorts of reasons that aren't the actual thing. I think if you have the time available to you and it's allowed and you take it in a way that is, you know, allowable within the workplace that you're in, I don't care why you go home. Do you have a work from home policy? You know, like, I don't know. I sort of, I feel like I understand that. I understand where your question's coming from. Like, you want to just be like, yo, it's your second day of work. Stay at your job. Like, the sun will be there later. It'll be hotter later. You know, the pool will be there later. You know, customers, it's not how adulting works. Yeah, and honestly, like, it's, to me, it also it completely depends on what the job is. Like, are they a manager? Are they like the one who's on call that day for something? Like, you know, is them going home taking advantage of a family relationship that is inherent in the workplace? Like, I think there's a lot of factors there. In general, I would say if they're allowed to go home, and that means that they take like one of their sick days to go home, then they would have to do that. Now, do I also think that you should have unlimited vacation and sick days? Yes. I think sick days are insane. The fact that you could like limit someone's salary based on something that's outside of their control. I mean, generally, being sick is outside of one's control. Depends what type of sick you are. Sick of working, different kind of sick. All right, so we have 4 cloves of garlic. How much garlic is that? That is grams and ounces wise, excuse me. This is about maybe a tablespoon and a half of garlic. Yeah, Judo, I feel like that's a sort of like, okay, if you're the manager of that person, like what you want to say there is like, okay, but is every sunny day going to be about going home and going to have this thing now? Or are you like committing to be at work when you say you're going to be at work regardless? There is a level of, there's a sort of like a lack of situational awareness in that scenario that I'm reading into. 2 tablespoons worth of chopped garlic, everyday occurrence. So no. I mean, in that case, then the answer is like no. Or you change your schedule and you work earlier in the day. You want to come to work early in the day and leave? Like, I don't know if where you are, the place where your employment situation you're talking about supports that. Okay, we are measured up on our garlic. We have 2 tablespoons of garlic, 13 grams. We have to run an ad. It's going to run automatically. I cannot stop it. I cannot change it. So we're going to do that. This ad will be 3 minutes long. We're also going to play a game of words on stream. And we'll be back in just a few moments. We're finished all of our stuff, and we're going to get to the cooking next. All right, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. I'm gonna handle the dishes. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
2 tablespoons chopped, 13 grams. Beautiful. Okay, let's clear the counter. Clear the counter. Load the dishwasher with a bowl and some other stuff. I'm gonna take this cup, clean that, because I'm gonna use it to determine serving size. This bowl goes in the dishwasher, most definitely. This gets rinsed. This gets recycled. And then let's see. How's this? All right, I'm gonna dry some of these dishes, the Instant Pot specifically, because I'm finished with it. Because I'm finished with it. Beautiful. Okay, last guesses, y'all. We got a couple more guesses on this round. Then we'll be finished with this round. Here it is, sinking. I'm also sinking. At the sink, no less. All right, one more words on stream round. Here we go. About 50 seconds left in our ad break, so I got just enough time to do the dishes in the sink. Because there's only a few of them, because we've been keeping up with them. Kind of amazing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really, like, genuinely and honestly impressed with myself for having kept up with the dishes all day today. It's not typical that happens. Usually at this point in stream, I'm like really behind and there's a huge pile of crap over here. But today, we've done some really good work. It also helps that some of the things I was working on today did not have a lot of dishes involved. Which is always also kind of a bonus. But let's I'm gonna take credit instead of going the other direction. Anyway, hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. No one likes the ads, but you didn't get an ad when you logged into stream if you are not a subscriber. So, bonus, I suppose. Yeah, Jewel, I don't always know when I know that I run the ad. It'll run automatically if I do nothing, but I have a little button on my my thing on the counter here that shows or that just runs an ad automatically. So I push that and then it tells me like when that ad is up. Some ads, some people, depending on where you are, good job, y'all. Depending on where you are in the world, I just found this out recently, you may or may not get the full 3 minutes of ads. You may not get any ads, even though you're not a subscriber, which, like, what are you doing, honestly? But I didn't know that, and now I do, and now you do too. Mainly because I found out from Zach Bussey of the Twitch/live streaming news persuasion. Zach is amazing. should follow his newsletter. He was writing about how they were testing like ads in progress screen instead of just like not showing the fucking ads to people, which is like, bro, you greedy. Really, it's to get people to subscribe, but whatever. Also, subscribing with Prime is always good. Prime subs are good. We love a Prime sub. We love a regular sub. We love a gifted sub. And that's about all I'm going to say about that. So thank you for the shout out. Yeah, Zach is honestly, like, Zach works really, really, really hard to bring streaming industry news to people. His newsletter is free. The basic version of it is free. I personally pay for it. I think it's great. He's super informative, and I just generally like his approach. So, not an ad, but I do get a lot of information from Zach. So. Oh my God, Cyber, I am still here. Yes, I am. 5 hours and 20 minutes later, here we are. We're working on our third recipe of the day. We have everything ready to go. So yeah. I personally use my sick days from streaming when I'm actually sick. I never used sick days. When I was working full time, I just never took a sick day. Sometimes I did. I don't know. We had unlimited vacation at my other job, and I actually felt that it discouraged you from taking vacation. But I don't know. Chase, welcome in. Mishka, hello. I give Daddy Bezos extra money dollars to not have ads. Me too.
I'm in danger. You're gonna be popular.
How to tell your microphones are slowly getting older, because they used to work for 6 hours and now they work for 5 hours and 25 minutes. We'll charge this one. Like literally I routinely kill the mic on this stream, because that's just how it goes. Okay, I do want to plug this one in though. I don't actually need to plug this one in. The nice thing is that ever since I changed the way my microphones are set up, my base station stays charged because it's plugged in via USB, which is charging it all the time. It probably has a battery life now of like 8 seconds, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna, the last thing that I actually want to do for this recipe is grind some black pepper, because when I do recipes, I almost always like estimate how much black pepper I'm using, and I need, almost lost it. I'd like to start doing that in a more formalized manner, because sometimes I think I overestimate the pepper. I'll be like, oh, that's about a teaspoon, and it's not. It's like a half a teaspoon. I've gone back and made something before, and I was like, oof, that's really peppery. And I was like, oh, it's because there's a lot of pepper in it. Shocking. Okay. That's probably enough. I say as I continue to grind, not grate. All right, that is
probably enough. All right, let me get my, I do want to get my teaspoons, my quarter and my half teaspoon out, because those are going to be what I want to measure my pepper and salt with. Definitely going to need more than a teaspoon of salt, but we'll do that a half a teaspoon at a time. Okay, let's make sure I've got everything ready to go. Canned chickpeas, black-eyed peas, split peas, carrots, garlic, onion, stock. Well, this is broth, but and I do want to actually make that distinction because I want broth and not stock. Salt and pepper. Great. I want to. This is interesting. I was shopping the other day, and I took this picture in the store of the back of the vegetable stock and the vegetable broth. So the broth ingredients are water and the concentrated juices of carrot, celery, celeriac, onion and cabbage, salt, cane sugar, carrot juice, mirepoix, carrots, onions, and celery, potato flour, tomato paste, dehydrated carrots. Stock, and that's broth. It has all of those things in it. Michaud, who complimented me on my nails earlier? Not Michaud, sorry. I'm reading the comment from Michaud, having a very Jim Varney look style today. I hope Jim Varney is super fucking handsome. I don't know who Jim Varney is. Sorry, I hope you don't take offense at that. I'm assuming it's someone on the TV or in the movies, and I don't have either. Anyway, someone complimented me on my nails like 15 minutes ago and said it looked like corn. I appreciate that. Telling me anything looks like corn in my life is great. Oh, Ernest, the guy. Oof, talk about a millennial coded comment. Yes. Isn't he Canadian? Guava Chica, what's the difference between stock and broth? Well, broth has basically like carrot, celery, celeriac, which is celery root, onion, cabbage, tomato paste. That's broth. That's what we have here. So it has a lot of extra like vegetables in it. Stock has vegetable broth, which is water, carrot, onion, and celery. But then it doesn't have the juices. The cat doesn't have carrot juice. It doesn't have the mirepoix of carrots, onions, and celery. It does not have the tomato paste in it. So it has less. Stock has like less in it. Stock is like a more basic version. Broth is like specifically, exactly, Pettigrew. It's like specifically like, hey, this is for soup. So I like broth because it's just more flavor. And the thing is, when you're trying to keep your ingredients list really simple and really pared down, this is going to be more flavorful. So I like calling for broth instead. Okay, so process here is we cook the aromatics, the carrot, the onion, and the garlic. Then we add the split peas. We cook those for like a little bit. Then we add the stock and we season and simmer until the split peas are finished. So roughly like 15-20 minutes. And then we add the other stuff because the chickpeas are already cooked. The black-eyed peas are already cooked. All of that is already finished. We just need to heat that through. Baseballs, welcome in. Okay, so we're gonna start over on the stove. I want to do the carrot, the onion, and the garlic will be last over here. So let's move these over to the stove, and we're gonna move our camera over to the stove as well. I have additional stock or additional broth. Like I have another container of this. I anticipate using possibly both of them because there's a lot of solids happening here. But this is broth, vegetable broth, 32 ounces. Of vegetable broth. Spaceballs, the breakfast cookies are here. Here they are. You want to see them? These are they. They are fully cooled down now. I mean, I finished these like 3 hours ago. But that's what they look like. You could add all sorts of stuff in here. You could add coconut. You could add walnuts in here. It'd be pretty good. Nails match the cookies. Are we doing a like product shot? You could see I got them done a while ago because you can see how much they've grown out. I need to get them filled. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to take the color off and cut them. Okay. Olive oil though. I want a little olive oil in here. Now, this is where it's important to like continue measuring. How much olive oil am I putting in this pan to saute these aromatics? Because you need that amount. Because otherwise people either won't put any in or they won't put enough or whatever. Mike, I actually have no idea what nail polish brand it was. I got these done at the nail salon. There is not a chip in these though. I got these done I got these done 3-4 weeks, a month ago. They're gel, and when I take them off, my entire like hand is going to be ruined because that's how it goes. Because that is quite literally what happens. Okay, but let's start over on the stove here. Or which one of these do I want? This one? Yes. Okay. Bear with me for a second as we adjust color here. That camera is always weird. There we go. Okay. That's better. All right, so we're gonna turn the burner on. What temperature are we turning it on? Let's turn this to, let's see, it goes up to 7, so half is 3.5. Let's go 4, that's medium high. And we're gonna start, we need a timer here. So, this is all the ingredients. So, medium high. We're gonna start with, we're gonna do olive oil. So let's see, let's do 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Olive oil, 2 tablespoons. Okay. It's funny, it looks better on the camera than it does in real life. In real life, this looks yellow because this light on the fridge is yellow. Okay. Medium high. Let me get a little container or something to fit my tools in. Here we go. Okay. And I need a timer. Got my timer. So we're going to start with the carrots. I'm just going to start, and we're going to saute these. Not saute, we're going to cook these. Stirring occasionally for a few minutes. Starting with the carrots because they are the most solid, and I don't need these to cook all the way through because they're going to be in with the split peas, which do need to cook because they are dry. But the purpose of this is to just get some browning and like a little bit of color on these carrots so that they're not we're just starting the process. That's all we're doing here. Now I suppose you could use vegetable oil here. You could use coconut oil if you wanted to. It really doesn't matter. Any kind of like oil would be fine. We're not deep frying anything here. We're just starting to cook. Now, in just a moment here, so I'm going to cook these for like 3 minutes. Not that long. Like really, truly just sort of getting them warm. Maybe getting like a little touch of color on the bottom. Then we're going to add the onions. That'll be next. I'll cook those again for just a few minutes. So all of this is just going to start layering now. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to keep track. I'm going to add salt and pepper to this as I go. And on this sheet that I have here, I'm going to keep track of how many quarter teaspoons I add. Like I'm literally just going to keep like a running like tally. Because you want to season this as you go. And I also want to be able to just say like the total amount of salt that has been added to this. Generally, when I'm cooking for myself, I don't do that. I certainly don't keep track of how much salt I've added to anything. Usually if I'm keeping track, it's in my head and it's like, oh, I added like 4 pinches of salt, right? But a pinch is really kind of subjective. Like we're trying to be as objective as possible and give an actual number, because the thing with recipes is that if you don't give an actual number and an amount of salt, some people will not add any. And they'll be like, hey, this is bland. And you're like, yeah, no shit. So, a quarter teaspoon of salt. 1/4 teaspoon. You're like, yeah, obviously it's bland. Like, what do you mean it's bland? Okay, what am I looking for in here? Do I see any little brown pieces at all? No. No, I don't, which is fine. So we'll give this another 30 seconds. So we'll just say 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the carrots. Then we're going to add onion. What does this look like? Okay, we're getting some steam. And do these feel soft yet? No, these should not feel soft. They don't feel any different. Okay, that was 5 minutes. It's fine. We're just getting some steam and we're just starting to smell. Now we're going to add the onion. And we're going to do that for another 5 minutes or so. Maybe a little more. Ooh, that is a big chunk of onion. Is that uncut? Yeah. Hold on. We don't want that. Not hot enough to burn me yet. Okay. So adding the onion. That was at 5 minutes. And again, I've just got my timer going here. So we've got our, like, how long this has been moving. And the onion I want to move a little more frequently than the carrot. But I feel like that amount of olive oil in here was still pretty good. I don't want this to be oily. So I'm going to hold off. Typically, again, if I'm cooking sort of for myself, I don't really care as much about if there's like little bits of grease sort of floating in my soup. So I'm going to hold off on adding any more oil. And we're going to add another 1/4 teaspoon of salt. And that is a 1/4 teaspoon is roughly a pinch of salt. Like if we're talking about what the actual, like if you're just cooking for yourself. When I write this recipe, I will probably say, here's the total volume of salt that I used. I like to add a pinch with each new ingredient. Something to that effect. So that, because really what you want to be doing is seasoning as you go. If you just dump like 3 teaspoons of salt into the final thing before you serve it, it's not the same. Like you want the carrot to taste a little bit salted and not just the liquid. So we're at 7 minutes and call it 8 minutes right now. The onion is softening and becoming slightly translucent and like yellow in color. I can definitely smell it. I can smell the carrots now. And again, I have this on a 4.75 flame out of 7, so it's pretty warm. I'm cooking this pretty warm temp. Almost 9 minutes now. What do I hear? Sizzling. What do I see? Yellow. Starting to be translucent. What do I smell? Carrots and onions. Cooking. And I was right to not add any more oil to this because the onions are starting to give up some of their liquid and are getting, like the bottom of the pan is liquidy. So if you're seeing steam coming out, that means that things are giving up liquid. If you're seeing smoke come out, that means that all that liquid is gone and now things are just burning. So steam is good. We want steam, and that's what we're having right now. We're sweating all of our aromatics. So I'm at 9 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm going to add the garlic here in a second. So let's do onion 5 min plus garlic. What am I seeing here? It is translucent, soft, smell O-N-C. Mix, welcome in. All right, nice to see you. So we got some garlic going on. So we're at 10 minutes and 20 seconds, close enough. I'm adding the garlic. I'm only going to cook this for a few moments here. The garlic can burn pretty quick. So we're going to do this up until the 12th minute. And I'm narrating this whole thing because when I go back, if I have questions about what I'm adding or timing, I know I can always go back to Divide and see it. Chase, no celery. No. When I made this, I actually didn't have celery the first time, so I didn't use it. No red onion either. Or not red onion. Sorry, red pepper. Carrots, onions, garlic. Okay, 11 minutes and 15 seconds. We're going to add another 1/4 teaspoon of salt. If you're keeping track, that's 3/4 of a teaspoon of salt in this pan right now. What does this look like? Okay, onions are definitely soft and translucent. Garlic is yellow and smells flavorful. And I'm seeing in a few small spots, some like little brown spots on the carrots. Okay, I'm at 12 minutes. I'm gonna add my split peas to this and stir those in. So that's 12:06. These are going in. Mix. Sometimes I just don't have celery. I actually do have celery right now, but it wasn't in my original recipe when I made this the first time, and it wasn't in the pitch that I made for this. So this is a recipe I'm working on for money. So I'm sticking with what I told them because simpler is better. And they're basically, the rule with these folks is it's okay if when you're making something you decide that you don't need an ingredient. It's not okay to add ingredients from the original pitch that you gave them without basically taking something else out. Like, substitutions are okay. You realize that, Havarti works better than Gruyere. Great. You realize that, you don't really need the cheddar cheese on the top of this. Question, who the fuck are you? But that's always okay. All right, so we've run out of oil. We're now starting to get some smoke happening, and I can see some browning. I've got like a little bit sticking to the bottom of the pot. So let's note that. Garlic plus split peas. We have browning on bottom. Soft onion and garlic. Smells phenomenal. Okay, let's add a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. For those of you all keeping track, that means we've added 1 whole teaspoon of salt to this. The next thing we're putting in here is the vegetable stock. I don't want to add the aquafaba just yet. I want to add like the liquid here. So we're going to add the stock and start the process of cooking these chickpeas and carrots. And once the carrots are mostly cooked, we're going to add the chickpeas. Sorry, we're going to cook the split peas and carrots. We're going to add the chickpeas and black-eyed peas from the can. So we're at 15 minutes now. So that was 3 minutes. So let's add a whole box of stock right at the 15-minute mark. I'm gonna add a little bit. Just stir that in on the bottom. Make sure I've got up any like little brown bits that I can see before I completely cover this with liquid. Seems great. Looks good. Add the rest. I keep saying stock. This is broth. There is a difference. As we established, we want broth and not stock because broth is more flavorful. Stock is the base. Broth is the outcome. Chase, I think celery is underrated, both health value and flavor complexity. I do love celery. It's something I keep on hand. You know what's also underrated about celery? Just how long it lasts in the refrigerator. Okay, so I'm turning this to high. Okay, so then we want to high flame plus broth. And I think that this broth is plenty salty already. It has, yes. This is 4 cups of broth. It has 1 cup of this has 35% of your daily sodium, 800 milligrams. So this is pretty salty as it is. So I don't want to add additional salt to this despite adding an ingredient. I turn this up to high. We're going to bring this to a boil and then we're going to drop it down to a tight simmer. And we'll cook that for as long as it takes to get these split peas ready to go. Mix, yeah, totally. I like your process too. Cut it, clean it, get rid of the leaves, the whites. Leave it in a paper towel so it doesn't dry out. And then put it in the Ziploc bag so it's aerated with a little teeny hole. It does, it lasts so friggin' long. It's like, it's wild. It really does last for a long time. And the neat thing about it too is if it gets dehydrated and sort of soft, you can just literally put it in water and it comes back. When you're ready for it, you just kind of like soak it in water for a while and it's like, hey, we're back. Good stuff. All right, this is going. I see some little bubbles. Again, I just want to get this up to a boil. I don't want it to be at a rolling boil, but I want it to simmer. And what we're looking to do is cook the carrots and split peas. The chickpeas are finished. I mean, they're cooked. The black-eyed peas are cooked. So I don't need to add those at all. I also don't want to overcook them. They're ready to eat now. So we're just going to let this sit until it boils. It's on a small burner, so I probably should have done this on the larger burner, but I also don't want it to, like, it only needs to boil for like a second, and then I drop it down to a simmer. So I'd rather it be on a lower burner that you can control the temperature of a little bit closer than boil it quick and, you know, have it not be as precise when you want it to drop down in temp. This looks good so far. I'm glad that I didn't add more oil. I was pretty conservative with the oil, the 2 tablespoons of oil for the onion and carrot and garlic and peas. So that feels good. There's no like giant oil bubble slick floating on top of here. I'm starting to see some bubbles coming up, so I'm just gonna keeping this moving for a second. There we go. All right, that looks like we've got a nice little simmer starting. So let's do, let's see, that's right at 20 minutes. Well, 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'm gonna drop this down just a little bit. And we're gonna let that simmer at medium low, right there. That's good. All right, so let's come on over here for a second, and sort of make the notes that I want to make. So high flame plus broth. So boils at 20 min, simmer medium low for who knows how long. Let me look at the split pea directions actually and see what they say, because there may be some insight on my expected timing here. I know I cut the carrots up pretty small, so they shouldn't. Simmer gently with lid tilted until desired tenderness is reached. About 20 to 30 minutes, it says. 20 to 30 minutes. T-Dog, welcome in. Are they just getting started? Oh my god. These are the Fergie-free Black Eyed Peas. The old school Black Eyed Peas. It did say to put a lid on here, that specific direction. So I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to drop these to a 2. And I'm at 22 minutes. I'm going to put a lid on this pot. I'm going to take 1 pea out of here and just like, already softer. Okay. So we're going to let that, yeah, we're literally going to let that cook. I'm going to take my timer. Let's see, that was 20 minutes. Let's do, I'm at 23, carry to 1, I want to do 15. So let's do a 12-minute timer. 12-minute timer. Okay, and we can just take that off the screen because it is nothing to see. Nothing to see in there. Simmer medium low with lid. I also want to say, I don't know how many quarts this Dutch oven is that I'm using. But I need to note that it is a Dutch oven. It's funny, I borrowed this Dutch oven from my friend Drew a long time ago, probably a year ago, and we had, he knows I have it. I just haven't given it back. But I'm using it. I am legitimately using it. Okay, question, are these black-eyed peas and chickpeas salted? Answer yes. Chickpeas are definitely salted. Ooh, those are good. The I love black-eyed peas so much. The food. I suppose that I could be convinced to like the group. Mick says, I made P-Dog come in and say that himself because I was not claiming that level of punishment. I see what you did there, and I can appreciate it. Mick says, never lend me a Dutch oven. The Dutch oven is mine now, and I'll bite you if you try to take it. Excuse me. I started to laugh at that. I've asked Drew several times if he like wants it back, and he's like, no. He's like, when I lent it to you, I got it out of the basement. It was just like sitting on a shelf in the basement, and I don't use it. So like, feel free to just hold on to it for a little while. Okay. He knows I have it. I feel like I mention it whenever he comes over. It's also like literally sitting on the counter in the kitchen most of the time. Okay. Mix bites out of love. Ask me why. Because you asked for it? Because it's enjoyable? A warehouse of Dutch ovens? That sounds great. I went to the Le Creuset warehouse in Vermont, New Hampshire, somewhere at one point. Not warehouse, like factory store. Outlet. Sorry, I knew I would get there. Maybe 2 years ago on my fall trip, and it was it was like all I could do not to buy a bunch of shit there. Several friends of mine went and did buy a bunch of shit. And I managed to stop myself because I was also, I don't know why I stopped myself, because here I am using a borrowed Dutch oven constantly. I use this more than the one that I own now, but I don't claim it as mine. I will never claim this one as mine. And if he ever asked for it back, I would give it to him immediately. / I would probably clean it and, probably clean it out first. Irresponsible decisions have been made. I saw a Maryland plate a few weeks ago. Damn, Sofa. What were they doing up there? Maryland plates are, depending on which version, some of them are fun. Some of them are just really, really, really boring. Okay, we have 7 minutes left on that timer. I don't expect that timer to be finished over here, but I'm waiting. I'm gonna check it. That'll be 15 minutes. I also need to, again, when no one is in the living room of this house, the air goes off, and it is once again 25 degrees in here. So it's warm. It's like hot. Also, I have the oven on, so not the oven, the stove. Also, there's like a hot liquid creating steam in this environment. The state name was in a script like a font. Okay, so you got one of like the old school Maryland plates that are just like white. Just like almost a straight white plate. It sounds like. I like those the best. Those are my favorite ones. Pennsylvania just got new plates that are better than the old ones. It's hard to tell what they are, but when you get up close, they're like kind of cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do one ciabatta country bread. It smells yeasty. Very good. All right. On this, while I'm waiting for the for that to like slowly finish, slowly cook, I'm getting the rest of like dinner stuff ready. You know, this right now, this moment is another moment where I wish I had a countertop oven, so I would toast this bread in there. And as it stands, I have two options: turn the oven on, or get out the toaster. I am going to get out the toaster because I don't want to turn the oven. There's already enough heat in this room. All right, 5 minutes left on my clock. I'm gonna open this and give it a stir. We are definitely simmering in here. Let me pull out a pea and split pea and a carrot. Just see where we're at. Carrots are done. Carrots are finished. These are not. Okay. Good. Good to know. Carrots are definitely good. They're finished. Peas probably need another 10 minutes or so. Broccoli, the new PA plates look weird. They do. They're kind of neat up close. They're like an off-white with the Liberty Bell like under the numbers in the middle, but they're also hard to see what they are. So Mix says, I remember the 5 minutes Ontario tried to change plates and it screwed the corporate overlords at the toll route and they threw a whole fit. Oh man. Yeah, people are really attached to their plates. Calvin was very excited when we went to France to see French license plates, because he and I look at plates regularly as a facet of our like how to entertain yourself while driving. We always look for specific license plates. And I remember when I saw the new PA one for the first time, I was like, what is that? What is that? What is that plate? That's a new one. And I'm like, no, it's not. It is new, but it's new. It's new Pennsylvania. It's not new, new novelty state. It's not like seeing a Guam plate, which I have seen. Okay, we're gonna toast these breads. Am I gonna toast these breads? Fuck you. Are you serious? It's like too big for the toaster. No, okay. No, I got it. Okay, it can go in. It works. All right, we're gonna toast these just a little bit. We have a little 3-minute break coming up here. About 6 or 7 minutes. This should be the last one of the stream, I think. We'll see. It is 17:45 here, my time. And we're rolling into dinner time, which is nice. I'm also am aware that I need to get some butter. I need to get the butter out. We have... This recipe has a lot more notes than the other ones that I've been doing today. Quite a few more notes, actually. This one is more about, like, process. I guess. Like, notes on process, not, like, specific ingredient notes. Waka Waka, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're It's not Tuesday. I hope your Thursday is going well. Sheesh. Excuse me. All right, I got 1:40 left on my timer. So I'm actually going to... So I put those in at 20 minutes. My timer's a little off here, so I'm going to rely on the one that has been running the whole time. This is the 34-minute timer. I just stopped the other one. So at 35 minutes, when this says 35 minutes, that's going to be 15 minutes for the boiling, simmering process. The split please said they take anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. So I think what we'll do is check these again in about 30 seconds, and then probably going to add the rest of the ingredients, the black eyed peas, and the chickpeas. So about 10 seconds for that. I'm putting these toasts down again. Okay, let's check these now. We're at 35 minutes worth of simmer, or 35 total minutes worth of cooking. Come on over to the stove for a moment, take a look at what we've got going on. So basically looks pretty much the same as it did before. We have carrots. Carrots I know are finished, but let's check the split peas. Almost there. Okay. Yeah, we're almost there. Definitely need another probably 10 minutes or so on those. So we're gonna give those 5 more minutes. And when my timer reaches 40 minutes, I will add the rest of the ingredients. Okay, so I also set a secondary timer here. All right, you're done. This bread doesn't have to stay warm. It'd be nice if it did, but I'm going to take, I'm just keeping all the toast in here. All right, we're gonna take a quick break now in this moment of having 3 minutes left between now and when I do the next step. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna do a game of words on stream. Here that comes. If you're on Twitch, we're gonna run a 3-minute advertisement. You can always follow along on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. No ads on that there, YouTube. Here comes a 3-minute ad, and we'll be right back. Okay. See you in a moment.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. I can now add more stuff to the dishwasher. I thought I was going to need some of these measuring cups. I'm finished with all the measuring cups now. Let's actually just wash these instead of dishwashing them. Put the bowls in the dishwasher. Away here. Do these few dishes, very few dishes. Again, I've done an amazing job of keeping up with the dishes today. I'm very proud of myself. All right, one more. It's probably the last one of the day. Just noting, it is highly likely that this will be the last was of the day. Was meaning words on stream. All right, we've got a few dishes left. The only dish that I didn't do today, other than the ones currently on the counter and in use, is the griddle from last night. I made burgers last night. Finished the last of the turkey burgers. Did not wash that. Oh well. All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Appreciate you hanging in there during these ad breaks. They're really annoying. I'll be real honest, but they are a good opportunity for me to like do the dishes and not feel guilty about being off camera for a few moments. So, just like FYI. All right. We're almost there though. There meaning finished with this last recipe. I think we're almost there. Feels like we are. My timer went off for the stuff in there now. So let's come on back. Come on back. And take a look in the... Whoa, wrong one. Nope, try again. There we go. Good job, y'all. Yeah. Okay, this is definitely looking great. I'm gonna let's just take one pea out of here. Yeah, okay, that is looking good. So now we're at 40, that was at 40 minutes. So let's see, I put those in at 20, so now we're going to add chickpeas and black-eyed peas. And then we're also going to add the aquafaba. So in the recipe, what I'm going to call for in this step is just adding the can of peas, not opening them, not weighing them, not any of that. Just literally taking the can and adding it in here. Now, this feels super thick. You may note that it looks super thick. That's because it is super thick. All right, I'm going to add the aquafaba and see how much difference that makes. And I'm also... Okay, I'm going to take a taste of this. Broccoli, no garbanzos for you? Why not? I mean, you don't need to justify. I feel like chickpeas... Funny, talk about like glow ups in the food world. I'm going to turn this back up to simmer, like medium high. Okay, back at a medium high now here, as opposed to low simmer. Do you think adding the can of peas without opening it may add aluminum? You funny. That's funny. See, words do matter. I agree. I am not suggesting you add the aluminum can as well. Or just whatever bean. You know, so I would probably say that you could just double whichever your other favorite ingredient is in here. Carrots, black-eyed peas. I mean, I would probably, if I was adding something else myself, I would want the diversity, so I would probably add like cannellini beans. You could also probably add lima beans to this, which would be pretty good. Really any canned bean would work, as opposed to like a dried bean. That's my thought. Okay, let's see. I want to get like a best bite here, meaning a little bit of everything. Black-eyed pea. Is that a black-eyed pea? No. Where are my black-eyed peas at? There they are. There's, oh, come on, y'all. The black-eyed peas are my favorite part of this. Black-eyed peas are like my favorite part of anything that they happen to be in because they're so good. Okay, this is like right here. This is like a perfect bite. So we're gonna give this a try and see what type of seasoning this needs. Now remember, I've only added a teaspoon of salt to this. Okay, that's still, man, those black-eyed peas are, they need a few more minutes. Like this needs to come back up to, I'm gonna turn this back up to high for a second. So just get this back up to like a simmer temperature. And then I'm going to simmer this again for like a few minutes. Humanity, welcome in. I did not see you. I didn't see you there for a second. Yeah, it's a split peas. They need just a little bit longer than I gave them to cook. So they're gonna need, I think we need to cook this for another 5-6 minutes. These are mushy, tasteless, nothing to me, but I like black-eyed peas, black beans, Great Northerns, and any of those would be fine. I think for me, it's really more about the not having to add like dried peas to this. Like if I'd have found canned split peas, I probably would have just used those instead. But this is really flavorful. I do like how this has turned out so far. I'm gonna add another half teaspoon of salt to this. And then I'm gonna add a half teaspoon of pepper. So we're gonna keep going with the salt and pepper additions. So half a teaspoon of salt, one is a quarter teaspoon I'm using, so half a teaspoon of salt. Getting a little bubble here. And then half a teaspoon of black pepper. And then I think we're going to cook this for another 5 minutes or so. I think also I want to add another cup of liquid to this. I want to add like literally just a cup of water here because I think this is a little bit too thick. So I'm adding a cup of water. And that, yeah, there we go. That's like just a little bit of a difference. And this is that took it back from like the precipice of being a stew to being more of a soup. And that should come back pretty quick. Let me note that I did that. Plus 1 cup water. Now I would add more stock to this, or rather broth. I would add more broth to this, but I don't want to open another container of broth just to add broth. I'd rather add a cup of water and a little bit more salt than requiring someone to purchase a whole separate container or a whole separate carton and open it for 1 cup worth. So thinking about things like that, like again, if I'm cooking this for myself at home for, you know, just my own dinner and I'm making it up, I'm 100% going to open another carton of broth because I
we'll just put it in the fridge, and I'm not going to worry about it because I'll use it. I know that I'll use it pretty quickly. If you're not like a regular cook and you're just sort of like, oh, I found this recipe online, and you know, and you're not going to make plans for that particular thing if you don't use it all, then that's sort of, to me, it's sort of doing a disservice to the customer being the person reading the recipe. So that's my sort of outlook or philosophy, I suppose. Now this is just starting to simmer again. So we should be just about there. All I'm waiting on here is these split peas to cook. And a couple things. I think some of the notes that I have made already are going to be helpful in the sense of like, I'm not, I didn't cover this for the first couple minutes when I was cooking the split peas. And, you know, I'm going to say to do that. So it will have kind of an additional 3 minutes of having been covered. Also, there was some loss of liquid because I didn't cover it right away. So a little teeny bit, kind of a marginal amount came out of here before I put the lid on and stopped that from happening. So I think overall it was a pretty sound methodology here. Let's get another like best bite. A little bit of broth on here. And again, I'm just like trying to make sure that my split peas are completely cooked. That's the goal. How we feeling? How we feeling? Looking pretty good. Mm-hmm. Okay. What am I at time-wise? Time-wise, I'm at 52 minutes. I'm gonna give this 3 more minutes, and these will be ready to go. I'm gonna turn this down. I'm gonna cover it. Wait, before I do that, I'm gonna add my last salt to this. So I'm gonna add 2 more of pepper. So that's 2 more pepper, 2 more salt. Ready to go. Lid on. No, stop. Sir, you need to stir this first. Sir, please stir. All right. Good. Let's come back over here. Where's my pen? What did I just add? 2 more salt, 2 more pepper. Okay. Frijoles rosados. Give the worst tailpipe exhaust. I mean, this is definitely a like, you might need to warn your family kind of dinner. A lot of beans in this one. We could make it a 4-bean soup or a 5-bean soup. Those are some of my favorite. You ever get those little plastic bags from the store that are like the soup mix? They're like 10 bean, like 10 bean medley or whatever. I love those. They're so good. They're so funny. Toot City, right? Toot Sweet. Darla, thank you. Okay. We're just about, let me see, what else do I need to do today? All the dishes are done. Y'all, the dishes are done. The dishes are done. Like, let's talk about how phenomenal that is. Oh, one of the notes was, could I add Fog Ice, welcome in.
What is the? What they said some sort of note here. A garnish that makes the soup look nice for photos. Big chunk of parsley. What will make this look nice? Some chopped parsley. That will make this look nice. Okay, 55 minutes to the moment after I started the heat on that. I'm turning the heat off. Heat is off. The heat is off. Do I have parsley? Is the sub question of the day. Yes, I do. And the Dom question is, did you ask nicely for the parsley? Okay. We'll just chop some parsley and garnish it. Carrot tops would be amazing, Mike, and that actually would be ideal if you were using if you like got whole carrots for this with the tops. That'd be kind of nice. Anytime you can use more of a thing like that is preferred, at least for me. All right. Parsley's good. Parsley's good though. You know what would work well in here? Also, dill. Some chopped dill. Remember I was saying earlier how like dried dill, earlier meaning like when I was making the egg salad, how dried dill is better if you are making recipes. This is an instance where if you have fresh dill, chopping a little bit of that up and just sprinkling it on top and then eating it right away is, dare I say, ideal. I'm sorry. Everyone just left. Damn it. Let's chop some of this up. I'd rather the dill than the parsley. We've been sort of... Parsley is nice, but dill is better. Ooh, broccoli. Oregano would be nice. Rosemary and sage are the only thing growing well in our herb patch this year. Rosemary just grows no matter what. It's kind of... Rosemary is like a good and easy... Not an easy one. An easy... Easy? Whatever. Rosemary is great. It's so good. But we have some dill. Speaking of a big dill, the only super, welcome in. Hey, 69 Raiders. Nice. Welcome in, y'all. Sorry, weird vibe. Weird vibe. Weird vibe. My bad. Did I make it weird? I'm sorry. I hope I didn't make it weird for you. Everest Plates, welcome. Modfather, welcome in. PvP Sable, hello. DJ Blade Games, welcome. Wicked Wolf, like Wicked Wolf, like chaos. I'm sorry. You can please correct my pronunciation on your name. That goes for everyone. Starlight Embers, welcome in. Creepy Paperboy, welcome. Welcome. So thank you for the shout out. Welcome in, y'all. Follow for the big dill joke. I love it. If you're the type of person who follows, who gets anxious about following people, feel free to hit the follow button. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. If you follow and you don't say hi in chat, you're not already talking, I'm not even going to say hi to you. I'm a lurker. I love being a lurker, and we support that here. Welcome in. What did I see? Did I see what did? Hold on. What was rating? What happened? What were you doing today? What was stream? How's your energy? You collectively, friends who just joined us. How's your energy? I always get nervous about speaking directly to the person who's rated, because sometimes they're just like me. I'm just like, I'm out. IRL stream, I'm done. Like I raid, I can't even hear you. Chrysalis Paradox, is your meal gluten-free? No. Well, no. But let me introduce myself. Tell me what tell y'all what was going on. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. If you're hanging out here, we appreciate friends who appreciate coming by. We take kindly to people who take kindly, so please go ahead and follow. The only super. I was playing Phasmophobia. I died a lot. I'm gonna be really honest. One, I love the idea of doing things with viewers. I love watching streams when people are doing things with viewers. Here's the honesty. I'm not much of a gamer, and I don't know what Phasmophobia is. Is that a scary game? Is that like a Fall Guys type of game? Tell me more. And please, anyone, feel free to chime in. Welcome in, though. It's nice to have y'all. We are making food. We're making dinner. This is a food stream. This is a cooking stream specifically. It's also a like me talking a lot stream. Welcome to the streaming world. That's what a lot of streams are. Y'all should be used to that by now. It's a ghost hunting game. Cool. Okay. Ooh, hold on. I feel like I've heard of this. I feel like I've like seen people talk about it on the internet. I like watching. I enjoy watching games. I'm not much of a gamer myself, tabletop or other, but I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the viewer involvement. That's super cool. Do you use? Again, I'm very naive. Do viewers play with you, or is it like, did they get to be the ghosts? Is it like hide and seek? And I apologize for my naivete. Don't worry, I don't know a lot of things, so there will be more ignorance forthcoming. Y'all, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is, as I mentioned, a cooking channel. We do food here. Primarily, we do dinners and food for my family. I cook for myself, my partner, and our son, who is 10. I also do recipe development for work. That is what we're doing today. So this is like a sort of streaming / like doing work stuff. But work is like cooking, so it goes together. Anyway, stream a couple times a week here. Usually schedule has been pretty consistently Tuesday and Thursday, except in the month of August where the schedule is like, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm a parent and it's like back to school season, and that's kind of how it goes. So we'll be back to like a regular schedule in August. No, it's August. In September. We also do IRL streams. Most of those are like food related. So we've done a bunch of different, like, we went and tried a bunch of ice cream shops. Yesterday we were out at a compost production facility in Philadelphia, where I live. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States, if y'all aren't familiar. And yeah, it's a very conversational environment. If you're a home cook, it's probably, you may know more than me, you may know less than me, but I would be, I'm always happy to chat about food. It's very chatty environment, and like when chat gets slow, I just talk. So welcome in. We do love lurkers here. As I mentioned, there's no alerts for new followers. If you are a new follower or you want to hang out and catch the vibe and lurk or whatever, feel free to hit the follow button. You want to come back later, whatever. You want to make yourself known in chat? Feel free. Okay, so we're at y'all arrived at like a good point today. You all arrived at a good point. Starlight Ember says basically You're a group of up to 4 people going to a haunted location. So you have like a multiplayer game. Okay. Like a house or asylum or prison. Fun. You have to find 3 pieces of evidence to determine what type of ghost it is. Evidence is stuff like EMF readings, spirit box communications, UV handprints. Okay, cool. So this is like an investigatory game. It's less like, when I hear the word hunting and I think of video games, I think of just like guns and shooting. So that sounds cooperative and fun. And also something that could be kind of scary, which are the games that I like to watch being played. The game, when I play them, on the rare instances I've played like a scary game myself, I'm like, I scare myself. So it sounds fun, cool, and I hope you all had a good time. Welcome in. I appreciate y'all coming through. You don't exercise the ghosts. Okay. Same principle where you get to annihilate the ghost at the end. So you don't exercise them, you're just like finding them. Like, I'm identifying. It's like Pokemon, but for the extraterrestrial. Or no, extraterrestrials. What's the word I'm searching for? Not spiritual. Extracorporeal. Outside of the body. Supernatural. There it is. Yes. Correct. That is, in fact, the word I was searching for. Let me take this off the stove because we're in transition today. I could be helpful sometimes. We appreciate it all the time. Helpful is always lovely. This is not a no back seating stream. This is a like, feel free to back seat, and if I am not interested in the suggestions that you're giving me, I'm just gonna tell you. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And if you keep suggesting the thing, I'm going to be like, bro, stop suggesting that. I'm not doing it. Thank you. Or sometimes people will suggest things and I know that they know how to do the thing, but I like to experiment. And so sometimes I'll just be like, listen, I don't actually, like, I appreciate the advice, but I'm going to try it this way. And then like it fails. And I'm like, yeah, I know that you were right. It's fine. It's okay. Dominicus Tavern, welcome in. Hello from the F&D Club. We love it. We love the Food and Drink Club. Hey, congratulations on your food fight endeavor. Congratulations on the win, but also on just like being involved and getting through the first like nerves of the thing where you're like, oh shit, there's people watching and judging me. Yes. Yes. Chrysalis Paradox says, what types of food do you like to make? Well, I do a bunch of different types of things. Often what I enjoy making is just like family meals. So I do cook for my family. That's like sort of the basis of this stream. Often what I'm making is like, I don't want to say simple, but I overcomplicate it. It could be simple. Often I make it more than it needs to be. I love to see what backseating a cooking stream would look like. Generally it's Starlight, it's generally things like what I'm doing something for the first time and someone's like, hey, don't do that, you're gonna ruin it, or whatever. Like recently I made angel food cake and I had a friend of mine, a good friend, like a real IRL friend in chat, who's a recipe developer, food writer, baker, like really good baker. And she was like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you doing this thing that you're doing? And I was like, well, because the recipe that I'm following says to do that. And she was like, that's insane. It shouldn't say that. And she was right. So, you know, but that's the type of thing where she's like, you know, don't do that, you're going to ruin it. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to bang the pan because the recipe said to. And, you know, when it turns out that you shouldn't have done that, I'm like, hey, Megan was right. Nix was right. You know, we have I like to have a good back and forth because you can talk about it, but like at the end of the day, I'm still just going to cook it the way I want to, generally speaking. Locust Miles, welcome in. Food, yay, food indeed. Food indeed. Yeah, more salt, Starlight. That's always my feedback for everything that I make. So enjoy pickup time. I hope you have a good one. If if you come back from pickup time and I'm still streaming and live, something may have gone wrong. We'll see. Depends on how long it takes. I'm really good at eating food. Yes. That does count. I started streaming a little about me. I started streaming because my partner is a gamer, and one, I didn't know that people did anything but games on Twitch, but I was always cooking, and like she would come home from work and I would be like, hey, like come sit at the counter with me and like talk. Come talk to me. Talk about your day and your feelings. And she was like, fuck that. I'm going to play Fortnite. Why don't you go talk to people on the internet who want to do that? And I was like, cool. That was like 3.5 years ago. Someone's coming down the steps of my house. Speaking of. What's the worst oops you ever made? Command hot soup. Command hot soup. It's available for your viewing enjoyment. Sup?
Nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. 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 That's fine. That's fine. Enjoy. Enjoy. Totally fine. Chrysalis, yeah. Putting hot soup in a sealed blender was definitely the largest mistake I've made. I knew I was making it and I made it anyway. I knew it was a bad idea and I did it anyway, and then the blender blew up and I got hot soup all over this camera and my ceiling and my self. I literally have a scar on my hand from it. Other terrible mistakes, not adding enough salt. Just under seasoning things, because it's so easy not to do that. Okay, but what we've been doing today is recipe development. We've worked on and finished, well, not finished, but I've got the basics down for 3 recipes. I was hoping to do 4 today, but I didn't. So my job, generally speaking, is recipe development. I do a bunch of it. And so this is all just like freelance work, stuff that came out of my head and I pitched to somebody and then they were like, sure, we'll pay you to write that. So what have we made today? We've made a couple things. We have made, this is a soup. Surprising. It's not going in a blender. It's not going in a blender. It's okay. Don't worry. This is a soup, and we'll get to discussing that in just a moment. Actually, no. Let's. Yeah, we'll get to discussing this in just a moment. Okay. Sorry, I was buffering. My bad. So here's what we did today. This is like a full recap. We'll do a full recap for anybody who's entered in the last 20, 30, 40 minutes since the last time I did a full recap. We have one sec. Is this camera still on? No, it's not. Does it need to be on? No. Okay, good. I do want to get bowls out for this. That's what I want to do. Devins, welcome in. Bowls, spoons, 2, 3 spoons. 3 spoons. Knife for the butter. Hey, if you have kids, I want to give you a. This is not it. Sorry, this is it. This is a tiny fork. I want to give you a pro tip that you should when you have like little baby babies. you should take these little knives that they have, the like my first utensils, right? Hey, camera. What the fuck? There we go. All right. This makes a really great knife for just like putting in butter and like having it at the table to serve with. It's like the literal perfect knife. And if you're not going to have kids, good for you. Buy the fancier knife and enjoy your life. And all of your money. Just kidding. I am. Sort of. All right, let's move on. I'm also just like cleaning up the counter a little bit because it's, you know, because that's how it works. Oh, I can put my compost bin away. Did y'all like going to the compost yesterday? The compost thing was fun. I really enjoyed it. Jen was great. The person who showed us around yesterday was really fantastic. Okay. Cheese spreading knives. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, kids are great, but like, I don't know. I got one. He's pretty cool. I don't have money for kids. They also don't allow people like me to have kids. I mean, John, I feel like you would make a very enthusiastic parent. I think any child in your charge would be having fun. I have faith that would be true. Softy, welcome in. Wish I could have seen most of it, Cyber. Yeah, it was a little weird timing, but like that's how it goes with some of this IRL stuff. You can't really change it. Starlight stopped at 1. Same. Can we visit the wastewater treatment plant next? I mean, I would definitely ask. You know where I did? We are going to visit. I've already reached out to them. I scheduled like a preliminary visit. Is the Philadelphia wholesale produce market. It's a massive like cold warehouse where it serves like the entire East Coast, right? It's like produce comes in from all around the world to this market and then gets distributed out from there. So I reached out to them and was like, hey, can I come in and like, can we do a tour? Can you show me around with me and, you know, my internet friends? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. So we're going to do that at some point soon. The weekend after Labor Day, we're going to go to the Kennett Square Mushroom Festival. Kennett Square is the mushroom capital of the world. The world. Literally. We're going to go to the Mushroom Festival. It's a surreal experience. I promise that you will have fun. The produce market will probably be sort of like same timing as, just put that anywhere, it's fine. Same timing as the Bennett Compost, but the Mushroom Festival will be an all-day affair. We're also going to go to the Renaissance Festival because it's fun. Should I dress up for the Renaissance Festival? I think that'd be fun. Anyway. Lucky because she's relatively easy and it's Mother Nature's trap into having another. Yeah. Yes. A soccer game and a rock show, both of which are fun. I was watching soccer last night. I've been watching a lot of soccer recently, John, actually.
Excuse me, Daddy? Sorry.
It's
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Okay. Kennett Square is fun, Broccoli. I agree with you. I love Kennett Square. Camp Fellows. Camp Fellows is fun. I was thinking about going camping again. I need to put that on the calendar. That's going to be like a midweek thing. That'll be like I need to know what night of the week is great for like the general community. Like, is Tuesday night an ideal night? Like, when do y'all hang out on the internet at night? And where sites do you go to? Just kidding. After going to the beach, we agreed the Camp Fellows is just more fun. Yeah, less sand and probably way less tourists. What did we do on stream today? That's a great question. I will attempt to answer. Savory Sailor. A man doesn't ask another man to reveal his browser history. Yeah, when it comes to the end for me, I want you to go in and why am I hearing my own voice? What happened? There we go. I want you to go in and just delete everything. That's not true. I actually don't. Whatever. I got nothing to hide. Yeah, we'll rewind that statement. We'll rewind that statement and see how true that is. Let me think about. Let me think about that one. Bunch of construction at the beach. Oh no. Yeah, that's just annoying. It's funny when we go to the beach. Calvin likes going, but he loves going to. When we go and hang out with my dad, and he lives down near the beach, and Calvin likes going to the pool as opposed to he likes going to the pool, which is like, okay, but we're at the beach. It's okay. John, no TwitchCon for you this year? That's understandable. It's not a thing. I don't know. I feel like trying to go every year. This will be the third year in a row, and I feel like it's I feel happy about going this year. I don't know. Do I wear embarrassingly small swimwear Filegeist? Yes. Why do I need to be at the beach to wear embarrassingly small swimwear? Sailor, do I want to sail? I do want to see the ocean this year. You know what? That's one thing I didn't do last year. I didn't go. I literally did not go and look at the ocean at all, which is kind of weird. I don't know. I feel like that was weird. Okay. Let's recap and see what we did today. Yeah, fellas, the sickness from the we traveled earlier this month, and I came back and was just ill. 3 days after coming back, I was like, well, fuck. Yeah, and the cost is there's costs, there's travel costs, there's hotel costs, there's all of that. I booked my TwitchCon stuff literally in December. This past year. So that money was gone forever ago. What do we do on stream today? I keep saying that as if it's a rhetorical question. It is in fact a question I have the answer to, definitively. It's here in front of me. Let me talk about what we did on stream today. Pause. There's a cat here. Do you all want to see a cat? Who wants to see a cat? This is Ash. Savory Sailor, thank you for your resub as well. Fogus, thank you for your resub. Appreciate you. We're pausing for pause. We are pausing for pause. This is Ash. He's a kitten. They're all kittens. Oh, he's purring. Is that coming through? Can you hear the purrs? Ash, you're so good. He's one of my favorites. He's one of my favorites. There's 3 favorite cats. Coincidentally, there are only 3 cats. Good boy. Good boy. Okay. Is he a lynx? No, I don't know. He's a triplet. There are 3 of them. They're all kittens. They're still kittens. Aren't you? Yes. And they've been, big stretch. Yeah, American short hair. They've been picked up like this and forced to be handled since they were kittens. So they have a lot of like, you can just like do whatever to them while you're holding them. Yeah. Baby. 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 Okay. Sorry. We got distracted. We got distracted. I was about to say what we did today. We picked up the cats a couple times. Wow, guys. Yes. And he's so innocent. He's so innocent. Good boy. You are a baby. We got big purrs. I don't know if any of that purring is coming through on stream, but he is definitely revved up. We have he is a kid's kitty. Yeah. Chrysalis, so these cats were bottle fed kittens. My partner fostered them starting on like their second day of life. And so they've been like handled every day, multiple times a day. We also have a 10-year-old at home who's like, look, I have a cat. Look at the cat. I have the cat. And so, you know, he's a little bit more gentle than that, but like they've just been handled. They've been handled. They're used to it. Okay, Ash, we got to get down because we're gonna recap. Okay, we're gonna recap. Here we go. Oh, big stretch. Okay, I'm gonna send him away in the direction that he was heading. Okay, let's try this again. We're really gonna try. I'm gonna try. What are we doing stream today? We made cookies. So we did 3 different recipes. I have full notes for 3 different recipes.
It don't matter.
Yeah,
None of this matters.
it truly doesn't. Cyber, we do need a cat counter. Is anyone? Can you? I don't know. Can you like put that in Discord somewhere? The stream dump channel, just like command cat counter in the stream dump channel, and like I will actually do that. Because creating counters is easy to do. That's an easy thing. Or anybody, if anybody's like within the sound of my voice. Fall Guys, that has not been instituted yet. We did have that as a potential, but like that's, again, we've got like, you know what happens? I get distracted. That's what happens. The admin stuff. I stream instead of doing like admin stuff. So I could have spent 7 hours today doing admin things. I didn't. Okay. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. We made apple oat cheddar cookies. Here's the notes for that. Lots of timing and weight and etc. They look like this. They are appley, oaty, cheesy. These have flour, baking powder, nutmeg, kosher salt, applesauce instead of oil, brown sugar, vanilla extract, egg, Granny Smith apple, oats, cheddar cheese, and 2/3 of a cup of raisins. They're pretty good. They're breakfast style cookies, so they're like really low sugar. The whole recipe has 1/3 a cup of sugar. I could use less, and I was thinking maybe using honey instead of the brown sugar, but we'll see. Those are pretty good. I have some notes. I need to cook them. I'd like to cook them for a little longer than I did. We tested them on the low end of the timing and on the what I thought was the high end, but the high end needs to be like 2 minutes higher. So we made apple oat cheddar cookies. We have notes on those, and those are ready. Once I clean this up, this will be ready for a full-on like recipe test, which means I just follow the recipe, ingredients, timing, temperature, etc. A full all the way through. The next thing that we worked on and finished is Pettigrew. We learned a peel-free hard-boiled egg technique. We did. This is a very simple egg salad recipe that I've been working, like, make regularly, but have like quantified into a measurable, repeatable thing today. Basically, it is from the Instant Pot. Instead of hard-boiling the eggs in their shell, you take a metal bowl, you spray the bowl with some nonstick oil or whatever, you crack the eggs into the bowl, all of them. This recipe calls for 8 eggs. And then you cook them in the Instant Pot in the bowl. And it makes this like loaf, this like hard-boiled egg sort of loaf. And you dump that out into your bowl. You cut that up. You cool it in the fridge for a little bit so that it doesn't mess with the rest of your ingredients. That has mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is the only like wet ingredient in there. Mayonnaise, dry mustard, dry dill, and salt and pepper. So that egg salad looks like this. It's cooled aplenty now and is pretty good. I was happy with it. My partner was the one who is the egg salad connoisseur in the house. I asked her what she thought of it, and her feedback was that it was very good. No farther notes. So far I have indeed failed, but not really. We're wrapping up. We're gonna wrap up in a few moments here, and I know where we're gonna raid. Isn't that wild? So we have our egg loaf, egg salad. All my notes for there. We're ready to go. And what we worked on just now, and we were finishing as we're pulling this off of the stove when the Only Super raided in 35 minutes ago. Is a 3P soup. 3P soup, meaning a perfect pantry powerhouse with split peas, chickpeas, and black-eyed peas. It also has carrots, onions, garlic, broth, salt and pepper. Here's the notes for that. Lots of notes for that one. Notes on timing for that one. Broccoli, cheddar cheese, and a pie crust for an apple pie is really good. Yeah, you mix in a little shredded cheddar into that crust. It is super. Michelle says, are your streams always lengthy like this? No, not always. Often they are. My preferred schedule is like 2 streams a week of like 6 to 7 hours. So I prefer doing like a little longer stream. Today was long because I had projects that I was doing, and I was like, I'm gonna get through. My goal was to get through 3 of these recipes, which we did. The other one is also a dinner recipe, the other one that I wanted to work on today, but we didn't get there. And that's okay, because it's not due for a month, so it's all good. All right, let's try this soup. And by try it, I mean I'm going to... What do you mean by try it? I'm going to try it. I'm literally going to taste it, and I'm going to put it in a bowl and try it. God, why am I like this? Okay. It does mean that. Oh, guys, you'll be surprised to learn. So this is honestly not much of a looker. It looks brown and it smells like peas. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. We're going to top this with a little bit of parsley and a little bit of dill, chopped fresh herbs, and a piece of bread with a little bit of butter on the side. I like toasted sourdough for like basically all of my soups and everything like that. It does. It smells like peas. P-E-A-S. If that wasn't enunciated clearly enough, I'm sorry. Peas. Give peas a chance. Okay. Here's a little overhead view of this pea soup. This is what this looks like. Split peas, black-eyed peas, chickpeas, carrots, onions, garlic, broth. It's definitely a fall situation. I'm usually, when I'm thinking about like what to pitch, I'm thinking like 3 months ahead, because that's sort of any editorial schedule. So it's August, but like this is going to be a like late September publication. That is divine. Now, all y'all who hate chickpeas, I understand. I definitely understand, because they're very forward. They're a very forward flavor. But I think there's like so many really competing strong flavors in here. Black-eyed peas are a strong flavor. Split peas are a strong flavor. Chickpeas are certainly a strong flavor. So there's a lot kind of going on in here, but it's nice because they sort of like neutralize each other. Savory or sour. I know your joke. I know what you're up to. Pettigrew pumpkin soup. Pumpkin soup is delicious. I pitched a pumpkin soup. It did not get accepted. But the other thing that I wanted to make today was a pumpkin pasta. Broccoli, split pea soup with real ham bone. Yeah, this is definitely a real farty soup. This is very good though. I might even add, if I was gonna like add things, on my own to this. So I think if I add things on my own, I mean, when I make this, if I was to make this off recipe, I might add some like cream to this and make it a really like creamier soup. Last time I made something like a borscht, I made borscht over the winter, this past winter. Probably the last time I made borscht was like November. Specifically borscht. It was good. Very red. Luke, thank you. It does look delicious. And it is delicious. Michelle, there's no chicken stock in here. I used vegetable broth. Vegetable broth in this. Is I use broth specifically, excuse me, broth specifically and not stock, because stock is basically like the base of something, and broth is pretty much like, it has more vegetables, it has like more flavor in it. It's a more robust flavor profile, I think. That's I guess how I want to refer to that. Maybe. Okay, cool. The next time we are going to be streaming is Monday. Monday will be either a recipe development stream. It might be a trip prep stream. I'm not really sure what Monday's stream is going to be, but I'm going to stream on Monday, probably during the day. The next week is has the potential to be a light week in terms of streams, just because I have some things going on midweek. I may have some things going on midweek. I need to like follow up after stream and like check a couple things. Anyway, not that whatever. Next stream is going to be Monday. Diet schedule. Exactly. I can't imagine buying a boneless ham. When I was a kid, my mom used to get the ones in cans for Christmas and Easter. Oh my God, canned hams. That sounds, I've never had a canned ham, I'm not gonna lie. I would probably try one though. Well, today was super productive. This week was really fun. This week on Monday, I spent Monday night on stream up until 2 a.m. blowing up balloons. I did birthday meal on Tuesday. We made macaroni and cheese. We made homemade ice cream. Yesterday, we went and visited a compost production facility, which was so fucking fascinating. And today, we did a bunch of recipe development and got a lot of work done. I got more done today than I kind of thought I would. So that's amazing. Basically spam but ham. Yeah, it's like it's like spam but before it gets blended up, right? I've had spam before. It's delicious. We're trying to settle back into a regular schedule. So as we move through August, we'll figure that out. As always, follows are silent. If you are lurking and not currently following, now is a good time to do that. If you're not a subscriber, we always love subscribers too. You can subscribe. You can use your Prime sub. If you hover over the stream, there's probably a star somewhere over here, or crown rather. We are going to raid Good Enough Kitchen. Good Enough Kitchen is a fellow food and drink streamer. They are working on caprese chicken and peach scones. They've been live for 28 minutes. What's the black thing in your hat? This thing? It's a microphone. It's one of these. It's the other one of those that didn't die earlier. The other one died at 5 hours and 26 minutes. Oh, I'm keeping track. Don't worry. Y'all, thanks for a good week this week. This was a fun one. I had a really good time. I don't often do a full 4 days worth of streaming in a week. we had a good schedule. We have some fun stuff coming up too. Wholesale produce market, Renaissance Festival, Mushroom Festival. We are going to go camping again. All those are IRL. We're going to make croissants at some point. Plenty more recipe development. Plenty of more recipe development. I've been pitching like crazy, so a lot going on that front. There's some raid messages in chat so far. Thank you. There are some social media links in chat as well, in case you want to follow. In case you want to follow those, I put them there, and Sofa put them there. So like, have some social media links. Go follow elsewhere on the internet, huh? Or don't. I don't really care. This is my primary platform for like talking to people. So, again, please hit the follow button if you're not currently following. And it's been really lovely to see you. Let's go say hi to Good Enough Kitchen. And I hope y'all have a lovely rest of your Friday Junior, your actual Friday, and your weekend ahead. I appreciate y'all. Bye.
There, and then we'll have like the chunks of butter to mix it kind of. Oh boy.